Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, yo. Yo, yo, what's up, Carter? What's up, Chuck? What's up, Adam, Susan, D-Touch, Maddie, Garden, John G? Good to see you all. Good morning. So this morning, kind of just waited to start posting. I almost started posting Push this morning, and then I was like, you know what? We started a little higher, let's relax. And I'm glad I waited, because then we just started going up. And now we're kind of in the same situation. It's a really weird conversation, because you could say, oh, well, we're above CDO. Oh, well, we're below PMH still. It's like, these really are both key pivot points for current price action right now on SPY. So, I mean, your short-term move is going to come from one of these two levels. Very good update by Misi in the trade floor. I'm reading it now. She said SPY filled the gap from 3.7. That's really big. Excuse me. Jesus. I don't know. There's something wrong with my throat. I almost didn't get on, but then I was like, you know what? I can't. I said I was going to be here. I can't not be here. What was I about to say? I was going to say I highly advise. I was trying to read and talk at the same time. That's not smart. I highly advise going to the YouTube channel, though, and checking out the... I don't do this all the time because it actually took me forever, and I just remembered why I hate it so much. But I cut up pretty much half, a little less than half of yesterday's stream into a video, just because this kind of goes from, like, open to... Or, I'm sorry, from start of stream to... kind of like into like kind of like where I stopped being as focused. You could definitely see where I stopped, and you can see it's because of the type of stream we had yesterday. But that was really fun. But we covered stuff for literally like 40 minutes to an hour straight, so I try to cut up the bulk of it, so you guys don't have to even go to the stream. You could literally just watch that if you want. But yeah, and then definitely make sure to go through the member stuff. I'm going to be posting some individual equities in there very soon. Videos on different individual equities, and that's like Nvidia, AMD, Tesla. I'm going to be posting different stuff like that. So if you did enjoy any of the game plan posts for SPY, SPX, IWM, any of those, you're going to like the videos for the actual stocks themselves. So definitely be on the lookout for those when those get posted. Be sure to share the link to the stream around as well. Drop your thumbs up. And yeah, if you guys have any updates, please feel free to share them. I try to read out as many of the updates as I can. The loyalist. Actually, Jack, I went and looked yesterday. Now, I don't know why I'm stuttering so much. I'll split this up. So, I went to the members list, which I haven't looked at this list since literally like maybe 3 months into doing it, right? I was like, oh, cool, there's people signing up. And then I just stopped giving a shit. I was like, all right, cool. I'll just do me. And I just don't think it's healthy to watch the number. To watch like how many people are subbed and then be like, oh, I have 6,000 subs. Like I don't think that's healthy to do. So I just don't do it anymore. But I went and I looked through the members thing, people who actually have an actual membership for the YouTube channel itself. And there's a list. So I filtered it by like dates basically, and there actually are 2 people with a longer standing status than you, but it's not by any amount of months. It's by like one of them's like 2 days and one of them's like 10. But I was gonna say you're the longest active standing member, I should say. You know, highlight, underline, active as much as you need to. Because I was looking at the other 2 and I didn't recognize their names. I'm like, oh, maybe they're just lurkers, you know. So If you're the longest active standing member on the YouTube channel, it is actually confirmed. It's not just like, oh, he has 25 months. That's a lot. Like, no, you actually are. So, there you go. Whatever amount of win that is for you, keep it. No, not one. One of them is not Jazz. I would have recognized Jazz unless she's using a completely different name, but I don't think that was her. But yeah, nice though. 25 months. That's honestly kind of a flex. Thank you for sharing that. You need to show people in the Discord how to share that, because you have no idea how many people have asked me how people do that. And I'm like, dude, I don't know. I'm the guy streaming. Sorry, I was like typing. I think y'all could read my mind. Spy, new high of day. 570 sexes. 576s are probably the most key area today, besides, of course, the today's open. But let's use our context real quick. What happened at today's open? They broke it, and then they retested it, and then they pushed and made a new high off of it. So we're definitely bullish above that. But we need to see the same signs above this area, so... Pointing that out because, again, I think all of us look at this and we see a breakout of our levels because we're so honed in on what's happening right here. But you need to look back to your left and be like, oh, okay, well, hold up. We actually did drop, didn't break any levels, didn't break pre-market low, pushed back up, held current day open, and now we're battling pre-market high. So, besides just the obvious, well, we should go up, let's say we don't. Let's say we come back down and we never break this level, never break this level. What can we do? And I want to see an answer from the YouTube chat here. Wait, I don't know why I said that. I'm not in Discord. What would you do? What are the trades that we're looking for after getting context that we're not breaking either of these levels? And I'm only asking you this question because you're going to definitely get some of these days very soon. So I want to make sure to put you in this awkward spot right now, so you're kind of thinking ahead of it. So when these days happen, you're like, oh, me and Bueller talked about this. I'm about to trade the fuck out of this. And then bam, easy trades. So let me know. But in the YouTube chat, let me know. Oh, Shaq. Let's see what he said. Wait, what? It's under the show support tab? Damn, I never get to see that. Actually, it's funny you say that, Shaq. I only just recently got access to see the super stickers and stuff. I'm like, what the hell? I'm the streamer. Shouldn't I be able to see those? I don't even know what those are. What is a super sticker and a super... Oh, is that those, like, donated picture messages things? Like when Sandollar donates and then there's, like, a Russian coffee thing? Is that what that is? I didn't know they even had a name. Oh. Honestly, there was a lot I wasn't able to see here. Deuce said, I just wouldn't trade in the range, to be honest. And that's a good answer. I mean, fine enough, fair enough. Make sure you back that up. Make sure you back that up, though. You actually stick to that. Because that's fine. Breakouts of these areas, yes. Retest, yes. Breakdown of 576 and retest. I mean, short answer, guys, is just looking for range trades. There are trades that you can take that are within a range, but you need to be given context. So how much time is a good enough amount of context for us to be like, oh, it's a range? when we're looking at like a smaller time frame chart, that is, like kind of like this one. I would easily say at least one window of the day. So if we see this all the way up until about 8 or 17 minutes from now, well, we made a new high, so that doesn't count. But let's say we didn't. Again, we're kind of in that theoretical scenario. I wanted to put you guys in a really weird scenario, so you're thinking about this ahead of time, because we're going to get a couple range days here coming soon, so I want you to be ready for it. But what can we actually do within the range? Let's say we are trying to trade. And if you don't trade ranges, that's fine, but, I mean, to be fair, this is a pretty sizable range. It's not like it's like $1. But after that whole window, or an entire window of a day, basically doing nothing, whether that's the end of the day before, the first window of the day today, lunchtime today, and you're at the end of the day today, like power hour. If you have no idea what I'm talking about, by the way, please check out the 3 phases of the day video. It's only a few minutes, so it really isn't the end of the world. And it's a very easy theory to understand, and it works. And it puts you in the right seat to be a little bit more patient. You start to understand that you don't need to be taking, because there are a few people in here who will take a few trades per day, and that's just insane, because you don't need to be trading that many trades. That's crazy. You've clearly never done your taxes if you're taking 3 trades a day. Also, that's just not healthy. Not even 3 trades a day, like sometimes more than that. I see some of you, not some of you, but I just see people say it. I'm like, what the hell? But you should be, everybody in here should be focused on quality over quantity. New highs are still holding, kind of as anticipated, again, as we just literally were covering for most of the beginning of the stream. That the only 2 areas we need to be focused on are highlighted here. We showed bullish signs at the first one. We've created fuel for the fire in the first part of the day. And here we are making a new high of day. So kind of expecting a bullish breakout. Any re-loss of this 592 level, though. And that definitely deletes some of the confidence for that move. So not just talking about, yes, this should go up, but also talking about what if it fucks up and goes down. So make sure you guys are actively doing this all the time. Excuse my language. But that's just how you got to be. You can't sit here and be a daydreamer, you know, and be like, yeah, it's just going to go up. There's no possibility of downside. No, make sure you're covering that. But it's also good context, because if we really lose this level, it's not like we had the greatest control of it. And if we fall back down and we're still holding this, it's not game over. There's still a chance we get a good move. We end up losing this as well. It's probably already making its way down to at least today's lows. It's just level to level analysis, telling the story. What happened here? Oh, that happened? Okay, well this should happen here then. And then trying to base it off those probabilities. And if it's not looking too good, guess what you get to do? You get to just watch it, or go enjoy your day, whatever the hell you're doing. Because again, we know that there are 3 windows in the day. We know what number of opportunities can be taken within them based on different things that happen within them. And then going off of that. It's really that simple. Oh, fuck you, coin. I'm actually so proud of this chart. Where is... There it is. I always lose where my Discord icon is on my screen. So small. Oh, thank you, Jack, for sharing that in there. I just hear username screen. He said, I'm getting alerts on tickers in succession. I'm just hearing da-da-ding, 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 da-da-ding. I think that's why I stopped setting alerts. Because I would be, yeah, coin be coining. Because I would be I would be setting alerts on like tickers that are like similar, you know? It'd be like, let me set alerts on Apple, then let me do it on Nvidia, and let me do it on Microsoft. And then we get a bullish breakout on tech, and then all three of those would go off. It's like, wait, why did I do that? But you don't realize it in the moment. You're just like, oh, I want to know what the important weights are doing. And yeah, I think it's fair enough to say some of the charts that are kind of like Tesla, especially that actually did have a really good day yesterday. Not just had a green day, but had a green day. You know what I mean? I think it's fair enough that they have a cool down day, but we'll see what they do. Honestly, that's a lot of movement already. Not just in the pre-market, but right there at the open as well. It's like a copy picture. So I honestly wouldn't be shocked if it does what this did, and then fizzles out. But we'll see. But I know we have a lot of Tesla enjoyers in here, so I try to bring it up. But just to be fair, and that kind of adds to what I literally just said, today should be a reset candle for this chart after seeing this. And that's what a lot of charts look like right now, is like lower high, lower high, lower high, lower high, bearish trend. And then it's kind of like, well, we have a little bit of base, and then there's like one push off of this initial move here, but not crazy yet. And I'm going to actually pin Garden's message, because that was probably the best way that could have been said. I could have saved a lot of oxygen just saying it how you said it. But she's right. Looking at bearish candles near the highs, where we know we have resistance, and looking for bullish candles near the lows, where we know we have bullish support. And until that changes, and that's already changed today, but I'm talking about the theoretical scenario we had when we're not ever leaving this range, you know. It's just something good to think about, because you're going to get stuck in that scenario. So it's just good to know, oh, okay, range trades are okay. It's just a little bit of a different mindset. All right, now let's see if we can get a bullish trend here. We already have a bullish trend here. Let's see if we get a continuation of that, because that would be a really good sign to do that above pre-market high, because all we really got was a breakout. If we get a breakdown pretty much instantly, that's not really a good sign for bulls. That might even just be liquidity for more downside. It might even add to that scenario that we're talking about. But bullish scenario here, again, if we are holding 576s here, pretty good signs. My next major level isn't until 579.20s, but there's definitely a level here. I just didn't get them all. I'm sure there's something right here. So if we actually want to go grab something, I think it's 577.50, which I think that's actually, there's another level there too. 577.15. And that's about it. So there is one closer range target there, but bigger, more effective target. There is a 579.20s way up there. But it's just hard to believe that we're going to get a copycat day where, I mean, not really a copycat, but a really good follow-up green day after an impulse day, I would say. You know, if you go to the SPY bigger time frame, which it's funny, we're day trading on the larger time frame chart, and I'm doing my larger time frame charting on the chart that was not supposed to be this. We've actually hit both. We've actually hit the top of that gap, and this is why I was so happy to see Misi update y'all on this, because this is kind of what the focus was yesterday for, oh, okay, we're going up. Because my chat saw this, yeah, I mean, that's bullish, but once market opens, is that going to hold? A lot of people just kind of stuck on the sidelines, and that allowed us to go up a little bit. So really awesome job yesterday, because that was pretty easy to see above 571.76s though. Switch over to today. Are we getting a follow-up day? It's kind of the question in the air right now. Are we getting a follow-up day? We're going to 582 today. Not really. And then let's go back to that. So that's kind of my thought process behind everything. Feel free to disagree or agree or not care at all. But That's kind of what we're looking at here. Not looking too shabby right now for bulls, though. Honestly, hasn't looked that bad since about, I would say, this candle. Because it was cool that we broke above the CDO again. But I'd say it was definitely a lot better when we showed, oh, okay, there's a hammer here. Even though we had not broken that resistance yet. It was like early on, oh, okay, this is looking better. Welcome in the stream, everybody. Be sure to drop a like, share the stream link around. Right now we're looking at potential bullish continuation. Any loss of 576, though, definitely a cause for concern short term. But really not game over until we see that follow through under the current day open. So if you're a bearish trader just waiting for your opportunity to pounce, you're definitely waiting for 576s to break. But not just that, you're also waiting for current day open to re-break, which is that second lower highlighted area under current price. If you're a bull, you already have everything you need. You just need follow through now. If you guys have any questions on any of that, please let me know. I'm about to switch through to some other charts. We've been watching SPY since I started the stream. Coin do be coining, man. Coin do be coining. I literally said it was going to hit 205, too. 207's almost in its sight now. I'll do better on that swing next time. I'm honestly just happy that I was ahead of the big crowd on that trade. I should have done better on it, but I'm just happy I was ahead of the huge move. Because that was almost a $10 jump. But it could have been managed better. Way better. What's up, Lag? How you doing? If I miss somebody in here, my bad. What's up, Kebo? What's up, E? Already said hi to Carter. Said hi to Adam. I think I did. Oh yeah, I did. What's up, Mikey? How you doing? How's it over there in Mikeyville? What is everyone looking at? What's everyone trading? What's everyone watching? I know some of us are probably all watching SPY and SPX, but I know for a bit some of you do like to watch like Tesla or AMD or whatever. It's actually funny now that I'm looking over my left side watch list. I don't see anything like super crazy. I mean, Meta and Netflix, of course. If you sat there and told me the comm sector were doing great today, I'd be like, yeah, you're right. I mean, two of the most notable weights in that sector besides Google, and I mean, just look at them, 2.5%, 2%. So I'm not gonna lie, most of our bullish move is actually from the comm sector. Huh. Tech isn't that far behind. But they're also a few red candles in a row now. I was thinking about that because I was like, wait, Nvidia's red, AMD's red. Microsoft and Apple are pretty much up the same amount. So it looks like tech isn't doing as great compared to comms, but it's because of the semiconductors. Because I'm sure the other semis are doing this, or majority of them. Speaking of majority of them, I need to keep my eyes on this. Dude, why does it do that? Alright, I need to add that to here so I don't forget about it because I keep doing that. Alright, JPM. Which actually, if you're in the CLF setup, I saw you mention it, Carter. It's mainly because of this could be the 90 after earnings, and this could be a higher low. But just be sure that if this area is like even if 930 starts to break, it's not really a good sign. So, because that probably means that there's more settling, not even just bullish versus bearish. It could also just mean there's just more settling needed, which, you know, for an options contract, that's never good. Notable chart is probably Boeing. I don't know why I have the chart the way it is now. Let's just add a couple quick levels real quick. Come on, stick to it. Here we go. I think I'm getting another dog soon. I don't know what I'm getting at. Random thought while I'm charting monthly chart Boeing. Damn, that worked out perfect. Okay, well, that answers my questions. I was going to say, probably a really cool gap down chart to watch, but also just because it's probably going to range trade first. And it's kind of funny, and not a single person answered yesterday, but Username posted a really cool quiz question. Let me show it on the stream real quick. I literally just replied to it. Where the hell? Oh, here it is. I was like, what the heck? And I didn't see it either, so I'm just as guilty as you guys are. But let's look at it together. So he said, so what gaps are least likely to fill? And even if we don't talk about like types of gaps in here, it's not really about that. I really like that he asked this because this was actually super obvious once you saw his answer. But let me try to find the... Hold up, I gotta answer this guy back. Oh, fuck, why did it do that? Oh, right here. He says, the least likely gap to fill is a deeper pullback with an impulsive recovery bounce. What the hell does he mean by that? What does he mean by that, chat? When we get those, like we have recently, and this is why I really like this post, because and then I gave a good kind of rebuttal. But we get those deep pullbacks, right? We get those really big moves down, and we've seen that over the past 2 weeks in the stock market. If you just, unless you were in a coma, you know, we're not paying attention, you don't know that, but we've been following the last few weeks. And now that we've gotten down to where you could say it's hitting good targets for shorts, You could say it's slowing down. You could say it's over. I'm not really labeling it anything. I think we just hit our targets, and then we're just kind of bouncing off of it, getting a good impulse. I mean, this is just honestly, in my opinion, what we're seeing is just natural price action. I'm genuinely not saying anything that's wowing me. You know, it's just logical price action we're seeing right now. It's not anything that crazy. But that's why I like this post a lot, because it's just kind of posting logical stuff. You know, we get that deeper pullback, you get your first initial move up, and I really want to emphasize that when we get deeper pullbacks, you really need to hone in on the Lee test fibs, because those fib extensions are game changers. They are basically telling you, hey, we're hitting bearish targets that might be good enough to slow down at, instead of you just saying, oh, I hit a target. Which one of those gave you a lot more context and info to actually be active off of, right? Probably that second one, or the first one, whatever one I said with more explanation. I don't even remember the order now. But either way, and then I was saying, they're the best because they eat up tons of liquidity because people don't learn and get eaten up. What do I mean by that? Because like right here, and the reason I'm bringing it up when I went to Boeing is because you see it right here, right? We have this massive pullback. You get this gap up. A lot of people are going to try to short this. That becomes a hammer. And you see it even when we're getting up into actual resistance finally, which this is probably a way better spot to see this. But even me, you know, I see this and I see a gap up to here. I see us go up here, fail, fall, not really lose anything. We're just kind of like a small, you know, bearish hammer candle by itself. But when you look at the bigger picture, you're like, oh, hold up, this might need a range trade. This is just really bullish, and it's finally hit a part of the chart where it's like, where it's just not going up anymore, you know. And that's kind of important to know when you're down here, because it's hard to continue to be bullish after you've hit good targets, but after you've hit a good recovery, that's when you could be like, okay, I'm a little bit more confident in that. You know, instead of just being randomly bullish when we hit levels, you should be more bullish once you've seen that impulse move and then seeing that gap, because these are the things that get eaten up the most. It's just you also need to understand, and this is a great example right here actually, the following days might not be beautiful, but it's going to be directional. It's going to be screaming at you that yes, it does still want to go up. It just won't feel like it because it's so many days in a row of like, oh, this chart sucks. But this is kind of what I expect SPY to do if we're not going down anymore. I kind of expect it to have some really just bullshit days while some sectors settle. And then you'll probably get that directional value of like, yeah, we're going to keep going up. But we still haven't slowed down. I'm just kind of pointing this out now because I don't want you to get to where we're hitting our head against this and then we're just like, oh, we're flipping to shorting again. It's like, why are we doing that? You don't just flip instantly is what I'm trying to say. Give yourself that buffer just the same way that the charts are doing. You know, they go up, they buffer, they drop. Then they buffer, they go up again. Buffer, go up some more. It's the same thing for you. You should be being active, buffer, active, buffer, active, buffer. You shouldn't be here every day all the time. Unless you're just watching or back testing something, that's fine. I'm not bashing somebody who's trying to work their ass off. But from an active trading point of view, that does matter. Peace fam, watching SPY and Amazon. Been scalping Amazon more. That's not bad. Amazon's been really good lately. I mean, not just because of the obvious move, but it actually had a good looking chart. I saw that curl it had. But good job, Misi. Very nice. And good job on the gap fill update on SPY. That was honestly huge. Hope you have a good rest of your day. Doing great. Traded SPY and Google and sell when it hits new high of day. Done for the day. Nice, Mikey. I'd love to hear that from you. Good job, Carter. Just glad we're on the same page. Because what if I'm not here to be like, yo, do this? You know, you got to know the plan, too. Plus, it's good to act on a plan on your own. Even if, you know, we're taking something together. It's good to still stick to your bounds. Get a wolf. Yellow, black, or brown? Oh, we're talking about the dog? I don't know. Honestly, I normally just go to this one place and then I just find one that looks like it wants to be needed. And then I'm like, bet, you're my dog. I've done that for like the last 3 dogs. I go in there and I vibe. I'm like, all right, which one of these are about to be my best friend? Now, Faith, I didn't choose Faith. Someone else chose Faith for me, and I'm never letting that happen again. I mean, I love Faith, but this dog is very antisocial. Like, it does not want to be touched, anything. It loves being fed snacks, though. It loves that. I will give Faith this. Faith is the only dog I've ever owned, or even seen for that matter. Even some of my trained dogs, they'll still kind of stick around when you're eating. I've never seen this dog beg once for food, and it's not trained. So, I do give Faith that. I give Faith that. That is a pretty high reward, or high praise. She is kind of a real one. Even though she's an asshole. Good morning, Bueller in chat. What's up, HVAC Will? Didn't you just DM me this weekend? I mean, I won't pull it up on stream. I'll drag this over here real quick. Oh yeah, you were William on here. That's right, you did hit me up. I'm not gonna lie, I was a little thrown off by your message because you made it seem like you're like never here, but I swear I always see you type here and there. But I'm always appreciative of whoever's here for whatever amount of time. As long as they're, good energy, good spirit. Just focus on the right stuff. I like the good people. What's up, King Carnage? Good to see you, dude. 23 months. Hold up, I'll share it as well in the chat. I've been flexing some of y'all's member things because it's kind of crazy how long that's been going on. You know what? I'm going to stop putting these in trade floor. As much junk as we get on trade floor, I'm gonna be the bigger man. I'm gonna go to off topic, even though it's not really off topic. I like good people. State Farm is there. Oh no! The it's really funny the way Family Guy said it. I'm not gonna repeat it, but it's funny the way they made fun of their slogan. Buyers and sellers battling at pre-market high. Another super quality update by Misi on the trade floor. She is definitely right. I keep wanting to get off this chart because I want to go look at something that's moving, but this might be the one to watch because of it doing that. It's just still battling a super important area. Semis look like crap. Actually, you know what? Let's do this. Then we'll do that. And you can see here, tech still hasn't really moved from when we first kind of talked about them when they made that new high of day and just kind of chilled. They're just kind of still there. Bank's still there. Discretionary still there. Healthcare making a good comeback after dipping down a little bit after that higher open. It's like their tail got pulled. Comms, as you can see, of course, the obvious, the Meta Netflix pump we talked about. And then I did put industrials and staples just because industrials is a little bit higher of a weight now than I imagined. And then staples for the obvious. Just if there's an opposite to watch in the market, it should be you going to staples for rotation, not let me short SPY. Like I don't recommend that as much. I recommend you learning sector rotation more. That's why I never understand when people are asking me about hedging. I think that might be why I'm so confused on that, is because I'm a sector excuse me, I'm a sector rotation kind of mindset, Now sometimes there is no rotation. Sometimes it's a flight to safety, and I think people mix that up too much. They're like, what sector's rotating into? Sometimes there isn't one. Sometimes everything's just flight to safety. You'll get that short term up on staples, and then even that one will follow through and follow everything that's falling down. And when you see that, that's when you know you are bearish. When staples and tech and comms and banks and they're all going the same direction, that is not good. That's not good. Same for upside too. When you see that initial upside, and tech and comms are still green, and you see staples doing really well, it could be an early sign that there is some flight to safety, but not a massive amount enough to where those other charts are being affected. From a visual point of view. Again, if 576s get lost here, 575.90, it's not helpful for the chart at all. So that's not good. Also, I want to add on to that because if we break this again and then we do get that follow through of current day open, that's also a lot of liquidity that's sitting above 576. So that would be a lot of follow through to the downside. But if we get like a second hammer here, like we see on that one on the red candle on the left, that'd be a good sign. Microsoft new high of day, breaking PDH, PDO. Jesus, lagged to death. I just read what you said. Hello, heating, ventilation, and air conditioning will. Actually reading out HVAC. You're insane. You're definitely up there on the memeiest members in chat. You're not near Sinful's level, but you're in possible sights of it. Like, you might be able to kind of see it if you had like a telescope, but you're headed in that direction. You said love snacks, and here comes my dog. Like, what snacks? It'd be like that. But no trades taken from me today so far besides the entry on CLF, which was posted in the levels channel. I didn't take any scalps this morning. I was a little tired from being... I think I'm sick, but I don't even want to admit to it because then I feel like I'll get more sick. So I just don't admit to it, and then I'm fine. But definitely liking the potentials here for longs if we hold 576s. If we get the breakdown of this and CDO, like in the short-term potential of short-term shorts, but outside of that, not really wanting to take anything on the actual SPY chart itself, but not looking bad right there. I didn't get a plan posted on Triple Q, but 491s were a really good trigger point outside of the pre-market high. It was just good context before seeing the PMH breakout. IWM, I was watching this yesterday, didn't say anything about it today. Why can't I zoom in? Oh, I'm on the glitch, that's why. You'd think from a Canadian bank to Schwab, you'd think different ownership would fix the smallest of bugs, but no, that is not the case. We need to name that bug, like sticky fingers or something, because I swear, every time you're on the hand tool or the levels tool or the pointer, and you're like, I don't know what triggers it. I'm sure I could back test all my streams and figure it out. It literally just sits there, and then I'm on the wrong tool. So let's say I'm trying to add a level, it'll like switch to the hand. I'm like, huh? So that is an interesting bug that has still not been removed. I refuse to get sick or else I'll perish. I'm never sick. Hefe, get orange, lemon, ginger, black pepper shot. You'll be good in 2. Is that a legit post? You just said like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 different things. I'll be good in 2 to 3 days. Sounds like you're injecting me with that 007 drug. Put him in a coma type drug. Alright, SPX, what you doing over here? Which actually today in chat I said I pretty much already like calls as long as it's holding this, but it ended up pushing above CDO. Pretty good move. Didn't make it to 5792. Got pretty close. That one's teetering a little bit. I would also say CDO on that chart's pretty important. I should probably repost these because I haven't done it in I don't even know how long. this one. Why does it do that? There we go. Why are you doing that? It feels like there's a second hand grabbing my chart when I pull out the hand tool. I'm not even joking. It's so weird. There we go, because I kind of abused my futures traders in chat the last 2 days. So we'll give them a little push. Whoops. NQ analysis, Kowalski. They have those shots at fresh time the girlfriend drinks them. I think Trader Joe's too. Okay, so he's not trying to poison me. Or one McDonald's Sprite. With no ice. No ice is heinous. Buddha juice, organic. Bro, what is this? Organic Zen, ginger, and Zen. Cold press shots. 6 count. Wait, VC, what does that actually do? It's available in HEB. Drank one and my arms couldn't bend. What the hell? Drank one turmeric shot and my arms couldn't bend. Jesus. That's kind of scary. It's like a cleanse, I think. Oh, yeah, I probably need that. That probably would help me. I feel like poison right now. I can feel it hasn't completely hit me yet, though, because I have a really good mindset about it still. And when I feel like when I'm always sick, I'm always like, oh, I hate this. So I haven't completely felt it yet. Or maybe I just got like, you know, I just got like an injury from it. We're fine. We missed it. We dodged it. We did get a close in the 5-minute for that breakdown. We talked about how this is a short-term inconvenience for buyers, also a short-term setup for sellers. Wait, sorry, what is we're fine? Huh? Oh. Yeah, what is it like having a healthy mindset? What was that? What did he just say? What did he say about positivity and being okay? Say that again. Russian have fed Hefe poison tea source. Trust me, bro. Democrat. The Green Party poisoned me, man. They were like, damn you for not voting for us. Damn you for not voting for our 3% control of the United States population. Damn you. Or was it even 3%? It might have been more, actually. I think it was more. Oh, what is we're fine? No, it's just honestly, it's really hard to read it that way when I read it for text. Like, sometimes you guys will be, like, sarcastic, and it's really hard to tell. Also, stuff like that, it's like, huh? It doesn't translate over. Michael Scott. Dude, I need to watch some more of that, honestly. I love watching clips. At least of that, not of just anything. And this is why I kind of like to set up that second parameter for if I am going to be a short seller or take some downside setups. Not just, oh, lose 575.90. Because, like, that only gives you one in, you know, and we like to really give ourselves multiple pieces of context to get in. So that's why I give myself that, oh, well, if it breaks this and retest it, or if it breaks this and then retest this, I can also use that context for what happens at the current day open. So if we get a break of current day open, it's not just a break of current day open, it's a second rejection, actually. So we are holding the midpoint of pre-market high in current day open after this pullback. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I don't mark that, but you should just focus on whatever price action's there. So like because there's a pretty obvious hammer there. For a second, I was like, wait, pre-market high. I get what you're saying though. I was gonna mark a fib here this morning, but I didn't because it didn't really break anything. Same thing here. Like none of this is anything. This is just like fall, settle, rise. I could maybe see a fib working if you go from here to here for a slowdown, but it's not really going to help right now. And yeah, be ready for tomorrow. I think tomorrow I'll be super active trying to get a trade in the chat, and then we'll come in here and stream. Today I just didn't like anything, to be honest. At least when I was looking at on SPY and stuff, but there were some really good moves in the market, though. You can knock down Meta and Netflix moves. Those did really good. So I don't even want to be like, oh, nothing moved or did well. Those did fine. Honestly, impressed with Amazon with how weak Tesla was looking earlier. Amazon could have just followed through and had a bad day as well, but they didn't. So strong hold by Amazon today. A small note that the main weakness in the tech sector we know now was pretty much the semis for the most part. It wasn't your Microsoft or Apple. Those did fine, actually. I actually posted Apple in chat today if anybody was paying attention in premium. But that was actually the main watch for me today outside of SPY and like your normal stuff that we like to look at. It was just because like you don't want to have too many things on your screen or you'll just get lost and then you won't pay attention to any of them. So I kind of limited myself to watching like SPY, Apple, Coin this week. And I did good on Coin yesterday. Watched SPY a lot today. Getting good context. So it's just good to kind of give yourself those just couple routes. Which yesterday, sorry, I'm trying to like type. Yesterday we posted this range on, where am I? On Apple, just because that was kind of an underwhelming day after what we saw yesterday. I was like, wow, really, that's all we're getting from you. Oops. So that's why I reposted it today, because there's just like, no way that's all we're getting from them. One of the most important companies in the market. That's all we got yesterday from you. So happy to at least have it on the watch today. Of course, Coin, that hit some targets that we're definitely aware of. We definitely wanted 205s hitting, which that happened today. Kind of like the short-term upside of CLF, but also won't be surprised if it just kind of settles out. What else? I don't have anything else on watch. I'll have to find some more, and then I'll post it in the chat, and then I'll go over it in stream, but I don't want to just post some random setups. I want to go over some stuff. You're watching Hims for a swing trade. The curl looks tasty. Watch for a rejection here on SPY. This would be pretty damn bearish, but not as bad as it could be if we get some follow through here, also breaking CDO. So lower high here and follow through under CDO. You could be looking at a new low of day very soon after that. If we get a hold here and a re-break of this, definitely opposite. And then if you don't get either break of this or this and we're stuck between this, that could just bring us into the lunchtime part of the day, which is in about 30 minutes. Which that's when volume kind of drops off a little bit. That's why I say that, which would add into that, you know, BS sideways movement. And then towards the end of lunch, kind of into the last 2 hours of the day, that could actually give you a really good end of day move, just because we haven't seen as much today in the early part. If you get the same in lunch, it would not shock me in the last 2-3 hours of the day. You end up getting a lot of movement, if any at all. Yeah, that is a nice curl, actually. Good job. Wow, that really took a lot of time, huh? I just realized how long that was up there. Because I was kind of so used to it being in the 30s down here and stuff. 73, though. Pretty insane. But I'm trying to see how long that was. So it was about January 31st. So almost 2 months to where we are now. This is what I'm talking about. Like when I said like on SPY, there's a lot of logical trading going on. There's a lot of logical movement going on. Like nothing really feels like it's, you know, out of ordinary. That's kind of what this chart looks like. You have your rise. You have your extended crazy ass move. You get your huge trap. You get your oh crap sell off. You get your continuation of the oh crap sell off. It's settling. It's settling. And now you're given that opportunity of, is it going to pop and have a nice higher trend continuation, which it should. It looks like it's had one for a while, ever since we were charting it. But I like that curl too. Good eye. Good updates though. I'm seeing a lot of good updates by you guys, at least by the people who are active enough in chat and YouTube. We are getting a continuation of that rejection. Like I said, that does delete a lot more of your buyer confidence. And definitely ends it all under CDO. But a very good start for short-term pullback. And remember, when you hear me say these things on SPY and I'm looking at this kind of time frame, make sure you understand that I am speaking in a very short-term perspective. I'm not ever going to sit here and be like, yeah, guys, in like 2 weeks from now, we should be at like 610. Like, I'm not going to sit here and go over things I have zero foresight of, right? I'm basically just chopping up the chart and using probability. So, probably going to never mention something that has not even zero probability. It's like negative probability at that point that something like that can happen. Only 2 out of 4 shorties on MNQ. Oh, 2 out of 4. Okay. I was like, bro, you just took 4 trades on MNQ. I was like, did I not just tell everybody to stop trading so much? But then I read it again. I was like, oh, okay. Good continuation here. See if we get that test of CDO. And good job trimming, Maddie. See if you get a good follow-up here for the rest of your position. Are you doing 2-2 or 2-1-1, Maddie? When you're doing your doing 4. Because 4 is a weird one for me because I always do odd numbers, but now that I hear it, I'm like, huh, how's he doing it? 2-1-1 or is he doing 2-2? 2-1-1? Okay, I actually kind of like that. Because it gives you a chance for a further tertiary target. Plus, you've been here long enough, you've been doing this stuff long enough, you should be comfortable enough to be aiming for, you know, further targets like that. But, and how you put it, not with the full position. And good job basically cutting it in half every time you're getting out. You're like out half, then you're out half again, and then you only have one left. I like that a lot. Next trim is the low of the big wick. I like that. Yeah, this area here with current day open and that wick are very important. And good job anybody paying attention. I think we definitely locked down a short-term pullback on this together. Anybody was paying attention in here. And not just for me. There was a lot of good updates. I really liked Misi's update with the gap fill, kind of giving us context on, oh, okay, if we don't go anymore today, there was an actual reason. It wasn't just we're stopping at 576.41. No, it actually made sense that we hit that gap and we went over and now we're pushing back under. If you've actually reviewed any number of Leland's posts, it's actually pretty rare we just go up to a level and perfectly reject it. There are those occasional moments where we go above it and then push back below it, and then one of the cleanest retests you've ever seen happen. That's liquidity grabs. That's what creates energy for it to even be able to go down at that kind of pace, right? If we didn't have anybody who was wrong above that level, how would we ever have the momentum to make those quicker pace moves to the downside? We wouldn't. Good job, Maddie. One left. I like that. Give yourself something to work with there. Yeah, good stuff, guys. Really good pullback here. Stop is at break-even targets for, so going to look for slowdown. Yeah. Good mindset. Good mindset. And what are we going to do, Maddie, if it does just fall through the floor? Let's say it does. What are we going to do on that last contract and with ourselves after that last contract? I want to put you not just in the final contract scenario, but also in the final part of it, you know, the after effect. What are you doing? Sell it and go to work. Exactly. No reason to sit here and hound over a double dip opportunity. Really proud of your mindset, Maddie, honestly. And I honestly can't wait to see your trade review later because I was here live for it, so I got to witness it. So when I get to read yours later, it's going to resonate a lot better for me. And hopefully some other people in here. It'll resonate with me very well because I got to see it. I was literally here with you. I did take one contract, but it was so small it was insane. But that move was fast. I like that. That's the kind of setup you want, like slow teetering into it. But it's not over, guys. More sellers can definitely pick up under this area. Like we said earlier, not just getting a break under this, but a retest away from this and a break of this is not a good sign. We already have the first parameter for that. So any break of this, not a good sign. Any hold of this, we definitely want to see some follow-up higher lows, not just a single green candle holding. Because us hitting that gap, for anybody who has no idea what I meant by that when I was congratulating Misi on that update, is because that was kind of a call out for us saying, okay, well, we could stop here. You know, it's not like we're trying to be the bummer, you know, be the boring person at the party, but that was honestly a really good call out because that was a really good reason for us not to go higher. perfect, honestly. I think that was probably call out of the day. Hell yeah, Dom G, we're killing it. SPY, NASDAQ futures. There's a few people in here. Everybody's doing great right now. I mean, at least the people taking action. If anybody's not taking action, you're just kind of here learning. I hope you're eating this up because this is really nice to kind of just start the stream and then things start happening. I say that as we're an hour and 11 minutes into the stream. Exactly, Maddie. Exactly. Like, yeah, it'd be cool if we got that, but like, I was trying to get that answer out of you though, where you said, just get out of it and then you're done for the day. Like, because you don't need to be looking for more after you've done that kind of trade. Like that trade, that's amazing. You don't need more than that. I think too many people do that. They get into that mindset of like, all right, well, how can I get more after I've learned this? How can I get more after I've You get stuck in this like progression mindset of like needing more or needing to learn more, do more after you've done it. It's like, bro, you're here. Stop. It's sustainable. Chill. Just keep repeating what you just did. And also in the realization of the bigger time frames. You know, what can we say, Maddie, about the bigger time frames? We know we've hit a potential stopping point. So is it so smart that we should be looking for as many short setups right now as before? Probably not, but we know that we're on the back end of a short-term impulse move up, so it's not completely crazy to look at them today, but just kind of using that bigger time frame context for the future. That was a really big thing I just said. If you didn't catch that, please go back and just rehear everything I just said, because that was honestly really big. That's something you can actually take action on. Get a trade on. Also, huge call out by Mike T in the trade floor. He actually went in the Discord too. You know, me and Maddie, we're just here on the YouTube stream. But he went to the trade floor and actually posted a contract for people outside of us talking about it in here and seeing this potential short-term pullback. So, really, really good call out by Mike T in the trade floor. I wanted to give him props as well, because we're not one of those Discords where it's like, it's just this guy who calls out, it's just Keva who calls out, it's just Bueller who calls out, it's just Matty Ice who calls out. Like, no, it's everyone. Everyone's calling out to each other in here. So if you're just kind of lurking and you're not typing yet, that's totally fine. Please don't. Please wait until you're actually comfortable with updating. And if you're just here to talk, that's fine. Please let us know what you're looking at, what you're thinking. Ask questions. But definitely pay attention to some of the people that have been here for a few years. There's a lot of them in there, so. Like, if I see Mike T, Kevo, Carter, Misi all say something that kind of aligns in the same direction, I'm going to pay attention. I'm not going to sit there and be like, well, I know better. No, I don't. I don't know better than 5 people at once. They probably are going to have a way better answer than me. Also, it might reinforce something I'm already looking at. Damn work calls. Ah, Carter. That sucks. Yeah, you just missed, honestly, a pretty easy downside setup. But we'll see if we get another one. You might get the same exact setup here under CDO. So let's see what we get. Also, if we get a hold here and a bounce that actually is kind of notable, it might delete that entire confidence. So we'll also kind of keep that on the back burner. Good job, Mike T, also posting levels where it can get further bearish. I like that he also kind of posted about the kind of lower end 575 levels that we're looking at right here. And he's talking about that for further downside. So if we are going to get more, he's kind of talking about what I just talked about in the Discord as well. So just kind of posting that. Good job. Previous day high is the CP of today's range. That is actually a crazy call out. Think about that for a second. Previous day high is the control point of today's range. That is insane. Man, you guys have another eye for these levels. That was a Misi update again. D-Touch has been very adamant about the Apple short-term recovery here. Oh, thank you, Maddie, for being transparent. That's fine. So Matty Ice is one of the like few people in chat I swear you could trust with like murdering someone. Like you could have murdered someone and then tell Matty Ice. I swear he will not tell a soul. He will take it to the grave. Good stuff though, Matty. Thank you for being transparent. It's probably hard for some people in here to understand like some of the struggles, so it's probably a little easier when they read it from someone like you in chat, and it's like, oh shit, okay. Oh, okay, I'm allowed to make mistakes. I'm allowed to, do things here and there. But as long as you don't let that like take over your mentality. Also, Matty's in a complete understanding too of like whatever next trade he takes, it might be his last for the day, regardless of the outcome too. Because, well, again, we're not double dipping, triple dip. We're not doing that stuff in here. So, also cool of you to say that because it's really easy to post when we're winning. It's really hard to discuss it when we're down. Even if it's just a small road bump. I'm not apologizing for that yawn. Oh, I see it here. I see it in the trade results screen. Which, actually, let me go post mine real quick. Oh, that's not 1028. I was like, why is that so much lower? I entered at the very end of the 1028 candle. And then I sold on the, not the inside bar, it was 1030. Wait, what does my order say? Oh, okay, it was at the beginning of this candle. It was right as this candle opened, 230 or 1033.01. Literally the first second of that candle. Yeah, I gotta keep up with my trade reviews in chat because I always just do them in my head, and then I'm like, yep, I'm fine for the day. But then I go look in chat and I don't see many people posting them as much. I'm like, fuck, I need to go post. Lead by example, damn it. Spy Scalp with Matty Ice. And I know you didn't take Spy, but I'm saying your name because you were like one of the main people updating. And thank you to Misi Updates after remembering the gap fill gave me short-term insight to maybe look for a short instead of a long if PMH slash 575 90s were lost. And really good call outs. I mean, I'm serious, man. It's crazy how many people like ignore trade floor, but that's like where the easiest call outs are. It's like, bruh. I mean, I would definitely not just rely on it. I would learn the system and get into your own groove first, and then I would use the trade floor as a tool. Potentially seeing a break of current day open here. We might get continuation. Which we talked about this, of course, after we lose 570, 590. He's not looking too good for continuation. Using that as context for possibly more powerful selling. You might get even bigger red candles here now. If this breaks, of course, and holds. Is everyone good in stream? We're all understanding what's being posted and talked about and direction and stuff. No one's lost. Be sure to like the stream, share the stream link around. Definitely helps a ton. Thank you guys, of course, for anyone who already liked the stream. Appreciate you. And honestly, I think I'm just done posting stream schedules. Every time I post a stream schedule, it like applies this extra pressure that I have to be here. So I'm just done posting schedules. I'm just going to show up whenever I show up, which will probably be after I'm trading or during trading. But I'll be sure to at least post when I'm up. 575 is definitely holding for bears here, or the lower end at least. See if we get that continuation now. You already have everything we talked about set. It would be hilarious to see this retake current day open, though. Just to see that further confusion added to the chart. That's more liquidity if we retake it than lose that level again. Again, just thank you guys for liking the streams and showing up on the videos and stuff. You know, I don't really monetize damn near anything that's public on the YouTube, so I do appreciate when you guys show that support. And then to the members only part of the chat, if you guys have any extra ideas or tickers that you want me to look at, be sure to go comment on whatever the last posts are for that section, and I will do some videos on them so we can get some good posts on those. Nice, Maddie. Round of applause, dude. I think we're about to get our continuation here. The next second it flipped red. Here we go. Everybody grab the edge of your seats. It's roller coaster time. It's time to go down even more. Again, remember any retake of that very small highlighted area above the current candle, any retake of that is definitely a confidence deleter. It deletes confidence and more downside if that is retaken very quickly. So it not retaking it is an even better sign for sellers. Does that make sense to everybody? Can I get a thumbs up or any kind of reaction just to make sure I'm making sense? Because I talk about this stuff in the streams all the time, and then I'll have a few people tell me they're struggling about some of this stuff, and it's like, I don't know how. We're in here talking about it all the time. So let me know if you guys are at least, you know, picking up on what I'm putting down. I know I'm not the greatest English speaker in chat, but I try my best. 3 booms? Oh my god, somebody delete lag to death from the server. He didn't even give me 3 big booms. That's crazy. He said you dare. No, you're right. I don't ban funny people. I just ban fake traders and toxicity and spammers. Let's go. Let's go. Thank you. Thank you for the continuation, Spy. I love you. I don't love much, but I love you. There we go. There's the fast-paced selling. That's what we want to see. And it's exactly what we talked about. The loss and retest of this and the loss of this. Not just one, not just the other, but combined giving us that fast-paced selling. Let's go. Alright, I am definitely selling the rest of this. Let's go. That's the kind of fast-paced selling I want to see after seeing multiple bearish confirmations. Right? To the blind eye, we're ranging. To your average person, we're ranging. But to a Bueller bias trader, we just get an inside of the range breakdown. Very, very awesome. And if Leland was here right now, do you know what he would be telling all of you what is possible end of day? Now, I'm not saying expect this, but what's possible for today's outcome after seeing us push higher and then potentially break down lower? Because these are the beginning of what give us some of the outside bars. Sometimes it's a higher open that dumps and you get constant retests all day. Sometimes it's a sideways open up, or in this case a slightly higher open, that goes up and then loses. Right? So not saying we're going to form an outside bar. I'm just saying that's how much power that this right here brings to the beginning of a drop. Right? Now, whether this is it or not, you and me don't know. That's why I'm taking most risk off now. But it's good to at least point that out to yourself, because if this is what creates some of the biggest red days, then shouldn't you be looking at this more often? Probably. Because it'll set up really good breakdowns. So if you've ever looked at any outside bar breakdown or any outside bar review from Leland or me in the chat or anybody around, which most likely is from Leland, it's super powerful information. Not just for like, oh, that's how you chart or do this. No, that is active, hey, trade this, short this type of information. So, I just wanted to point that out. It's kind of the same theory as like, you know, when you get like a higher open and then we go down and test the 50 and then go back up. That seems logical to you and me right now, right? It's the same thing right here. It went up. It lost an important level that it was supposed to probably hold. Broke. Retested. And then you got further confirmation under the open, right? So to normal people, to normal traders, we're in the range right now with a slight pullback from today's high. But to you and me, it's, oh, this got really bearish once we lost 576, and it got even more bearish once we also lost current day open to kind of pair with that information that we already had. So it's just good to see that. And that's the power of the 90% entry, the liquidity grab, the beginning of a lot of the best lead test trades. This is what brings that fast-paced selling. It's not just black magic or voodoo or, you know, whatever is out there. It's not luck. There's an actual science to it. And that's why you'll sometimes see us say in chat, like, it should do this, it should do that. If it doesn't, oh fuck. Because it's like, there are expectations, there are probabilities to these charts. So when certain things don't happen, or those lower probabilities happen, that's when we're like, okay, risk off. Okay, I'm chilling. But I really hope that that resonates with some of you guys in here, because that is some super powerful information. And you know, you might look back at this and be like, oh, well, it only fell like... $1.50. Actually, it's not even a full $1.50. Pretty close to it. About $1.50. It's like, yeah, but if you're on the right part of that and you get that fast-paced movement with it, that is beautiful for an options contract. So for any of those quick scalps, yes, beautiful. Does anybody have any questions, though, about anything from this stream so far or anything from these recent updates? Again, really big shout out to any of the people dropping updates in the Discord or YouTube. I love all the, I call them call outs and updates because that's what they are to us, but definitely powerful information. How's everyone in stream doing? We got our dip. Also, I want to kind of ask you guys kind of the post situation here now. Now that we're out, we're in profits, we're having fun, we're all giddy, we're feeling good. What do we do now? What do we do now, everybody? What do we do now? And I'm asking you this seriously, not just rhetorically, because some people in chat, they get into profits, or they even, or vice versa, they get into a loss and they think they have to continue trading. But what else can you do? I love that, honestly, 3 of the probably best answers were given in a row right there. Take the rest of the day off. I like that answer. Mental reps. I like that as well. You know, get some more practice in. If you're in control of yourself, I definitely recommend that. If you're not in control of yourself, you're a beginner trader, you feel like you would definitely put too much risk on the market while it's still open, definitely just get off your screen. If you're someone who is in control of yourself, you definitely feel like you could do it, get some mental reps so the market's still moving. I agree with Mikey. But I also agree with Dom's point, because there's a lot of people who would just continue to try to trade the chart. So if you know you're not in control of yourself, don't sit here and try to stare at this shit. You will try to trade more, and that's a problem. But bring it to light. It's not a problem if you at least say, hey, this is bad. Don't do this. You know, bring it to light. And then, of course, the third answer, chill. Just relax. Whether that's keeping the charts open and just kind of like going and doing whatever, or working, or whatever you're doing. Review what happened as well. Yeah, that's also a good point. Yeah, in case you missed part of it, because like me, like I didn't start stream till we were recovering over CDO, you know, when we were retaking this again. So I showed up at the perfect time. But if you were someone that was literally here from right before open all the way to like right here before I started streaming, it was definitely probably a little bit of a roller coaster. But so if you didn't catch that, it's good to go review it. What did we actually do? We fell, we didn't break anything, and then we went back up. That was it. Also, and this is like the perfect buy the dip setup right here, that just didn't get follow through. But you can see they lost, retook, which this is beautiful right here, honestly. This is very beautiful. And then the retake of the current day open. I keep saying something else almost. I keep wanting to say the abbreviation, but I just need to say current day open. But retaking, good hammer, and then got a little bit of follow through, and then not much. And then this is honestly what gave us these 2 candles right here. I think a lot of us are going to look at it and be like, well, it was already falling. No, generally this gave us these 2. So that's good. Thank you for the stream and breakdowns. I'm out. See you later, John G. You have a great rest of your day, man. Thank you for tuning in. Mental trade, smoke a joint. Definitely nothing wrong with that, man. Sit on your hands and mental trade. Just don't smell hands after. If you're on tilt, just sit back and observe and review. Exactly. So you guys know the right answers. And I kind of expect you all to know these answers by now. I'm more or less just reminding us. You know, it's kind of the same thing as when we're on a chart and we're locked in on the current candle. You know, sometimes just zooming out for a quick second might give you a really good POV of like, oh, okay, wait, this is what's going on. So read about the psychology of trading. go into the world and learn its secrets. Literally anything but continuing to stare at that chart. But it's boring to say out loud because it feels so like, oh, that's common sense. Everybody knows that, and you would think that. But that's why it's good to remind yourself and try to keep yourself strict. A really good example of this a long time ago. Shout out to Oscar. I always use him for this example, even if he's not here anymore or not. But Big O back in the day, he was the highest ranking or second highest ranking NCO you could be. And that's huge because it takes a lot of discipline, a lot of time, a lot of effort. And you apply that to trading, and it's like, wow, we treat trading so like lazily sometimes. We're like, oh, I bought and I sold. Nah, I messed up here. It's like, you're not being strict enough on yourself. You're not disciplined enough to even be sitting there saying you should have done this or that, And I don't know. It's all about discipline at the end of the day. It feels like it's about like, oh, I don't know the system well enough, or I don't know this well enough, or I don't know all my candlestick patterns yet. It's like sometimes it does come down to that. But once you're past all that, it really comes down to just discipline, telling yourself what are the better probabilities in front of you, and then trying your best to stick to that better probability, whether that's walking the hell away, continuing to trade. You see some higher getting into calls, whether it's taking action or not taking action, you need to be able to kind of pick up on that. But it definitely helps when you have discipline because you're not as volatile. You yourself. Thank you guys for 30 likes on the stream. Appreciate that. And I am serious. Definitely share the stream links around. I want to get some more people in here to follow some of the trade floor updates. I think it'd be cool to get some new faces in here. Now that we've done our grinding, I do feel a little comfortable that some new faces could join and they could actually just literally instantly learn from literally anyone in trade floor at this point. I really do feel like a lot of you have gotten to this point where it doesn't even matter if you believe in you, I believe in you. Like, I believe in you so much, it's probably enough for both of us at this point. But the updates that I'm seeing in chat are just so high level, Like honestly, and I'm serious about the Misi one, like calling out the, gap fill. Like, you'd think, like, that's so logical, so common, so basic, but it's such a deeper detail than that, it really is. It's, we've potentially hit a stop sign. We're not saying be bearish from there, we're just saying, okay, this might set up, hey, look for lower highs, look for this, it initiates it, So, a lot of really high-level updates and callouts in the chat that I think, honestly, are underappreciated just because they're not understood completely. So I think, honestly, some people in chat just need more time. And that was, of course, what I thought before. But then we had that month of member streams, and now we've had more streams after that. So I think we're at a really good spot now for most people in the chat, at least the ones that are active. So I am really happy about that. So if you have been active these past few months, I am talking about you, because a lot of you have been doing really well. Not just with your results, but outside of that with your process, your procedures that you're taking to take certain trades or to add certain levels or to talk about certain context. I think that's super helpful. Not just for the chat, but for you yourself. And we are in the lunchtime session, by the way, which is kind of funny because this is where we expect not a lot of movement to start popping up at. And why I say it's funny is because I jokingly talked about it would be kind of funny to see us reject 576s but not break down under 573.70s to give us that reset day that we're kind of looking for in the market. Reset day meaning a small red or small green day, really not just something that doesn't really go anywhere that crazy in comparison to its previous few days, just because of it having a good amount of movement already. So and a lot of this has to do with just weekly market movement, and we can go over that more if you guys want, but I've talked about this in many streams and videos, just again the market maker movement and how you can actually calculate that if you were really curious about it and you want to put it on your chart. It's really cool. It's just very basic addition and division. There's nothing serious about it. Oh, you were working nights for the month of the member streams? Man, I am so sorry to hear that. I don't even blame you for sleeping in on some of them then, if that's what you're saying. But they were really good, I won't lie. I definitely tried my best to be the most focused ever, while also trying to stay on task. You know, not just on you guys, but on the charts and the trades. Because we had a lot of call-outs in that month, I'm not going to lie. I have not called out that much in a while. I think it's just because I don't like to talk a certain way. It's not that I don't call out. I definitely call out pretty much every time I'm in a stream. It's just I don't like to talk a certain way because it makes people uneasy. Like, I know for a fact if someone is in here and they're short and I tell them something that they're definitely going to want to hear, they might turn that into, oh, let me buy more contracts, or oh, let me hold longer. When in reality, they should be taking profits into targets. And that might be different for you and me. You know, if I'm someone who entered here, I have that option of trimming some here. Whereas, let's say you're someone who's entering here, you don't have that same option as me. You need to be trimming a little bit sooner than me because you're kind of on the back end of an already good setup, you know? So, it just also depends to where you're taking your trades in comparison to mine. So it's not fair for me to tell you you're wrong. It's not fair for you to tell me I'm right or wrong either. It's just perspective. Appreciate the stream, boss. Got a blast. Have a good one. You too, Matty Ice. Thank you for being in here. Thank you for the call-outs and the updates and the transparency. Huge shout-out to Matty Ice. Thank you, man. Sorry you missed that, though, Gary. If you ever have any questions or you ever want to have a call or just need to talk for a couple minutes or you just want to talk in chat, go into the Discord. And hit me up. We can talk on the trade floor. But yeah, there was a lot though. And I am sorry you missed it, but they're all saved, Gary. If you do ever want to check them out, they're all unlisted links. If you ever just want to take a gander and see what we did talk about, in the levels channel, the Discord, Gary, you'll find it. Also, if you're someone who's like Gary and you're a member on the YouTube, those are saved in the member part of that as well. They're all unlisted links just for members. You had to be a YouTube or a Discord member to even see them. Though, yeah, Mikey, and the thing is, too, is like, I'm about to make it to where you have to be a member to see Trade Floor. I'm about to have to do that because it is exactly what you just said. It is genuinely becoming a premium Trade Floor. Like, I find myself, like, here, I'll show y'all. And I know Mike feels this way too because I see you try it as well. But there are so many days where I actually try to be active in this channel, but I just don't see the point because I'm already doing all of that and everybody's already doing that in here, you know? So I do appreciate the ones trying to keep this channel a little bit of alive, but I don't blame you if you don't care because, I mean, let's be honest. Trade Floor has turned into, honestly, like a little update channel. Which is super powerful. It's kind of fun to just go in here and roll through, and it's just like continuous updates through the market all day long. It's kind of cool because you could jump in and join in anytime you want. But I definitely see some of you post in here sometimes, and it feels like a mercy killing. I do appreciate y'all. I don't really take it personal if a channel's not active. It's like, if you've ever actually talked to a human being, you know that they can't actively be in all these channels at once, you know? So it's like, I don't take it personal. I know the majority of people are in here, and that's fine. I want everybody to be focused on one spot so we could just not have to click around everywhere. It's already bad enough that you have to click onto levels or extra levels. You know, it's already bad enough you have to click around for that stuff, so I completely get it. Gary, you're saying that you're Linwood? Or wait, where did Linwood say something? I know who Linwood is. Oh, you are okay. Yeah, my bad. I always forget. I probably already forget that all the time because it's just two different names. But no, we know Linwood. I could literally picture your profile pic in my head right now. It's this tough ass looking white dude in a profile pic. Like so tough you wouldn't like want to bump into him tough. You'd be like, oh shit, my bad, bro. My bad, bro. Pays $5 to walk the other way. Please don't hit me. Spy 30-minute doji. Look on top of the key level. Good update by Mike T in the trade floor. Also a perfect time for a doji to appear, Mike, because we're in the what window of the day? The blank. We're in the what window of the day? Very good update. Old man, maybe. Hey, man, I know some tough-ass old guys. Well, knew some tough-ass old guys. Let me take that back. Knew some tough-ass old guys. All right, now I am just chilling reading chat. I am completely focused. If you guys are typing, I am 600% reading it. What is considered old to you, mister? Me or Gary? Because I feel like what I consider old is a lot older what other people consider old. Because I'll hear people be like, that are like 40 be like, I'm fucking old. Like, no, you're not. I don't even really consider 50 old. Yes, it's older. But like, I mean, I would say like 60s. When you get to your like 60s, 65. Because that's like legit retirement age. That's old to me. But even that, there's so many people that get past that these days. Is that a midterm retest under current day open? I'll be damned. I'll be damned if that gets some follow through. If that gets follow through, we might actually get the OB. $80 is old? Yeah, 80 is old. I will give you that one. 80 is old. Because you're not supposed to make it to 80. Well, these days you're not. I don't know. What was that one island called where, like, most people make it past 100? I thought that was crazy. But then they did that video on them, and they were all, like, super happy and healthy looking. You're like, whoa, what the fuck? Like, what, am I being poisoned in the States? Yes. In Greece? Yeah, that one, dude. That one was crazy. They eat a certain thing or, like, something is in their skin or something. There's an Asian island, too, that has people like that make it to, like, 110. It's like, what? My grandparents are old, best people in the world, dude. Facts. Old people are cool. We gotta protect them at all cost. Some of the funniest shit I've ever heard are from all the older people. LOL, I'm 53. I'm the age I thought I was old when I was young. Are you saying Okinawa is the Asian area that I was talking about? Where they live like to like I'm not even joking. It was like average like 110 or something, or 109 or 108. It was a crazy number. It was like, wait, your whole village is like this? That was crazy. Which, I don't know if I'd want to make it that old, to be honest with you. Like, do you really want to live 110 years? Saying that now might be easy to say out loud, but like, down the road when you get to that point, I have never heard an old person be like, I wish I could live another 40 years. Like, I've just never heard that. Like, almost every single one of them are like, nah, I'm chilling. I've had my experience. I'm fully leveled out. They're like a maxed out Elden Ring character. They've seen it all. They don't need to see more, you know? Except the ones who can't drive, you almost got took out twice. Yeah, 576 was the big level of the day. Now we're getting the rejection of that level, current day open, possibly getting a midterm retest, which is, if you know, happens to be my favorite type of retest at the 575 mark, which I love these because a lot of people really hate open range breakouts, but you need open range breakouts to draw a midterm retest fib. So I love them. I might not take the open breakout itself, but I love the retest of these. And since I've already taken multiple trades today, I am chilling on this. I'm going to lead by example. But I do like this rejection of 575. First, very ideal target is that minus 50% extension, 574.12. And then, of course, down there in the 573.70s, just in general, you have a minus 100% extension and a bigger time frame level. So if that midterm retest does, in fact, get continuation, there are a couple levels where you can look forward to for targets. Of course, a hold here and a retake of current day open is not a good sign. You'll probably get a lot of up and down after that because there is no clear, sensible direction. It's also lunchtime, so it's going to be a slower, potential lower volume part of the day. We've had moves. We've had a good move back up. We had a good move back down. So there isn't really a need for another move during lunchtime. So also keeping that in the back of our mind, that if we don't get continuation, it's not really the end of the world. Well, that we know of. I like to be open-minded. You know, we don't know the world's ending or not. Bankrupt Social Security with long lives. Social Security is already bankrupting. It's pretty much GG for Social Security. Literally, I'll have to go. I'll re-look up the facts. I don't want to lie to you, but I think it's within like the next 3 years. It's over, or 2030 or something like that. I know very soon Social Security is eaten up, though. It's not something to rely on. I can assure you that. I always thought Social Security was a scam anyway, though, and most of you should. You should definitely rely on your own savings and stuff. I would not sit there and rely on actually getting your Social Security, because in years' time it might not happen. I really feel for the president in the future, whoever it is, Republican or Democrat. I really feel for whoever's in power when that hits us, when that finally goes, oh wow, we can't pay for Social Security anymore. But and yeah, Doge could fix it. I don't like to be completely naive. I do definitely love the open-mindedness of Doge potentially helping out with a lot of that, but I just don't see them fixing trillions of dollars of damage, though, which is kind of what's needed for Social Security to have a sustainable amount. So it is a big topic, but it's just not something people are talking about because it's not going to happen for a few more years. I'll have to look it up real quick, though, and tell you what year it's supposed to run out. Uh, 2035. Sorry, I was off by a few years, actually. We have 10 more years on that. And it's not even, and they can't even pay out everybody in 2025 or 2035, sorry. So you could even make the argument that it's already running out in 2034 because it says that they're not going to even be able to pay out all of the Social Security of 2035. I keep wanting to say 2025. They're not even going to be able to pay out the full amount of 2035, which means they were already running out in 2034. So that means we're already on a 9 to 10 year scale on that. So things need to get done basically between now and then for that to change, is what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's the world is ending. I'm not saying anything like that. I'm just saying that it could be a lot worse if we don't do anything for the next few years, which it doesn't look like that's on Trump's plate. I don't see that being on a Democrat's plate. to be honest with you. And I don't know what I also have a huge question for just like everyone out there. What do we have next after Trump? Think about that for a second. Like, we really don't know what we have next. This is a power with the Democratic Party. It's also a problem with the Republican Party right now, is that there's not really any good follow-up leaders that have recognition or beliefs in anything that actually matter. So it's also a problem on that end, in my opinion, because yes, everyone likes to bag on Trump and Biden being so old, but at least and I'm not going to say they actually stand for something, but they visually stand for something from the outside. Whereas, like, these new guys, we don't really know what they stand for yet. And a lot of them are a little bit more neutral, where I think as a lot of us growing up, we're so used to people being so far left or so far right. And then before our time, it wasn't like that at all. It was just left and right. Now you have far left and far right. And then in the future, I could honestly see us being a little bit more neutral standing, where it's not as far left, far right. So, I don't know. The political landscape is very volatile. So Social Security, futures, very volatile. Volatile. I can't even speak English because it's just like, what the hell. But yeah, no, very interesting topics on that too. And I don't have any skin in the game on any of it. I'm just genuinely curious. I'm just interested. But I think any change too that's brought to any kind of financial system, like you're saying, I think it's just going to take a while to implement. I don't think people realize like how much damage that can do short term, and I think that's why you see presidents putting that kind of on the back burner, because it's like, who really wants to be the person that jumped into the shark pit first? I don't blame them. Lag to death said he'll run. I'd vote you. I'd vote for you. Just kidding. But yeah, exactly. Just macro thoughts. Because it's like, even if you don't care about Trump or Biden, it's like, yeah, but who's next? Because I'll be honest with you, 4 years ago, if you were to ask me who I thought was next from the Democratic Party, I would have said Buttigieg. But to be honest with you, the Biden administration ran him through the mud. So I don't think he can run again or run. But I thought he was going to be a good choice for the Blues, And then the Reds, there were a few good choices, but I just overshadowed. I don't know any. You just don't know anything about some of them. It feels like some of them don't really believe in what they actually like say they believe in. So it's like kind of a weird thing to think about. Whereas like with Trump and Biden, even if you don't actually believe that they believe in anything they talk about, they've been talking about it for 20, 30, 40 years now, that you're almost stuck in the mindset of you do believe that they actually believe that. So when they say certain things, it sticks on the market, on financial markets. Whereas these guys, it might not stick as hard. They might not have as much impact, which might be a good thing, could be a bad thing for stock market in the future. Could lead to a more boring, more steady stock market if the presidents in the future don't have as much impact. Could also be bad. Could also be horrible that they have no impact. So I don't know. Just random things to think about for the long-term future. I don't want anyone in here to get caught up on just the Biden and Trump era. As fun as it has been, it is kind of crazy to think about what could be coming next. You have a feeling Trump might try to extend his stay? What do you mean? Got me calling Bitcoin a good boy. Yeah, Bitcoin's doing great right now. 88K is not a bad spot for them to be sitting at. Good thing we have the BB system to save us. It definitely is nice to have something. Like I say, the BB system is a good system to at least have something in place. Because like I always say, I don't think most people are dumb when it comes to trading. I think they just don't have something to rely on. I think it comes down to like a trust thing. Because it's like, if you don't even have anything to base anything off of or trust, like, you're not even really trading. You're kind of gambling. And I think most people, if they just found something similar to this, I'm not even saying like BB is all you need. Like, I'm just saying, like, I'm sure there's a million strategies out there like this that are just like, it gives you procedure. It gives you a path to maybe thinking about what to do next on your levels and on your screen, on your trades. So I think it's just nice having a routine or something to do. Something to actually go off of. That's why I always say that's like one of the trippiest stock market like quotes or whatever. It's like I don't remember the exact quote or number, but it's basically, every strategy works if you think about it. Every single strategy works. No matter what kind of strategy is implemented or made, technically they all work. Now, how effective they are is a completely different question. But it's just kind of crazy to think about because it's like, wow, like literally just having a plan is better than not having a plan, even if your plan sucks. Because just like having a plan in general is just good. It puts you in the mindset of like being structured and having things in place and not being as like blindsided. If something goes against you, you should be able to react to it. You shouldn't be completely lost. Trump will say he hasn't served 2 consecutive terms, so he is entitled to another one. Man, that's kind of a stretch, Mike. I'm going to be honest. That's kind of reaching. I don't think he'll do that. But if he does, that would be pretty outlandish, and that would be horrible. Because it wouldn't be right. Now, I don't think it would do much for him to just say it, because, I mean, let's be honest. If there's a sitting president that's not supposed to be there, he'll get taken out of office. This is the United States of America. We're not going to deal with that. We're not going to turn communist for Republican or Democrat. So, even if he does do that, it's not going to work. But that would be damaging short term to financial markets. Because it'd be like, yo, what are you doing, bro? You're crashing out. But I don't think he's going to do that. I think you're reaching on that a little bit. Because, like, I don't know. People said the same thing if Hillary won. They said she was going to try to run. She was going to try to have multiple terms in a row, but I don't think she would have done that either. I think people are just too biased. But if he did that, that would be very damaging. Very. That's just like unheard of. As you know, I didn't vote for either of them, so I have no skin in the game. I'm just an interested individual. I do not care. It is insane, though, because I feel like every year or every 4 years when I'm streaming and going over stuff, I feel like I'm always defending the sitting president because, like, the amount of, like, random stuff that gets thrown out at them. Which, fair enough. I mean, they are the president. If that was the case, he wouldn't have left the first time. Yeah, that's kind of my opinion, too, because the first time was definitely a little bit more sketchy. Because if you're going to, like Mike, I'm going to be honest with you. Like, if you're going to throw those accusations, because I'm not really accusations. I don't really know the right word to use. But you know what I'm trying to say. If you're going to say that stuff, I mean, let's also throw into the fact that he was also kind of targeted for a long time. And I can say that because I didn't vote for either side. And I've not voted because for that exact reason. Our system is actually broken. But come on, man. He's been completely targeted for like 6 years straight. Before he was president, while he was president, when he wasn't president again, while he's president now. I mean, I feel like this is the first time I've seen him not get a mass amount of open hate as much. I mean, now he's doing some things that are kind of questionable because of the things that are happening in the world, but it's just like, come on. There's hate on both sides. Let's not throw this stuff around for more indecision. Because I seriously think no matter what happens, it's going to be damaging. I think us losing this old era of politicians is bad. At first, we're like, oh, I can't wait to get these new people in, but I think it's actually a bad thing. Because of the uncertainty. It's not that it's better or worse, it's the uncertainty. But, I don't know, I would like to see him try that, because I don't think it would work. So I guess what I'm trying to say is I wouldn't like to see him try that. Because that would be bad. But yeah, January 6th was pretty crazy. But so has the targeted. The targeted fight against Trump has been pretty crazy too. Yeah. Just conversation. I'm chilling too. I'm having a conversation. I'm not pressed. I'm hearing you out. I just want to be fair. I don't think it's fair to sit there and be like, January 6th, Trump this, Trump that. It's like, bro, it's 2025. Like, can we also point out that he's been targeted like pretty heavily, way more than any president? You realize Joe Biden never got in trouble for anything he ever said to anybody ever, right? Like Trump, if he would have said, "Hey, fat," like Joe Biden did to that random. I mean, to be fair, I was with Joe Biden on that one. Like, if you're gonna stand up and talk to a president while they're still talking, like you're being very rude. They're the sitting president. Please shut up. But you shouldn't call an American random names. And he literally did that every time someone spoke to him. So, like, come on. Like, they're both bad. Can we at least agree on that? Both of them are pretty bad when it comes to like presentation and a lot of that. They're horrible. And I don't think it would have been as highlighted if we didn't have Obama, because like regardless of anybody in here liking Obama or not, he was probably the greatest presentational president we'll ever have. No one ever made what they wanted to say more clear than he ever did. I wish we had more clear presentation type presidents like Obama. I didn't like a lot of his policies because it basically kept us in a lot of stuff, but I did like how he presented himself, though. And I wish we had more presidents like that, where it was more clear, where they're more likable. Because, like, he could make a shitty decision and we would all support him. That's how a country should fucking be. We should be making good and bad decisions together, not two sides bashing their heads against each other. Like, that just doesn't make any sense to me. And then every 4 years we switch out those decisions. Like, that actually makes no sense to me. Because, yeah, no, the media spin is horrible. And it's both sides. There's plenty of Democrats that get targeted as well. Don't get me wrong. It's not like Trump's the only person that's ever been a victim of the media. I'm not defending just Trump here, but I'm just saying, like, think about it from an open-minded point of view. Like, a lot of people are getting the shit into the stick because of all of this kind of stuff. Not just politicians, but your average American. Your average American is having their tax dollars wasted and time wasted. You don't live forever. We only live so long. So if every 4 years someone's constantly fucking it up for me, why would I vote? What's the point in that? You're not changing anything. And neither are these presidents. We're just stagnating. I would like to see some real change. But it takes time. Like, one president comes in, the effects of what he does might not happen for 8 years. Do you know what's happened in those 8 years? 2 more presidents have come and gone. That's my issue with it all. It has nothing to do with individual presidents. It's the individual system itself. It just doesn't make sense. I don't know how any person could get in there and in 4 years come up with solutions for everything in the world, and then them work and have effects that are working within those same 4 years. That's literally impossible. Could I imagine if Trump sniffed hair? Yeah, that would have been bad. Thank God he has not done that. Well, on camera. Those Epstein pilot logs say something else. No, I'm kidding. 100% spy. Near morning LOD. Oh yeah, good call out. They did make that new break of level. And yeah, my bad. I'm fully looking at just YouTube chat. I'm just reading what you guys are saying. But yeah, I have no skin in the game. I just want you guys to know that you can be as open with your opinions. Just please be a little bit more reserved with how you say certain things. Because some people might be like, oh, what the fuck? I'm a huge Trump supporter. I'm a huge Biden supporter. I'm just blue or I'm red. Like, maybe it's not Trump or Biden. It's just whatever. Just be open-minded. Just be human beings. Conversate with each other. It's really easy. I actually find it harder to sit there and struggle and argue with someone than I do to sit here and understand and talk to somebody. It's crazy. You get way more stressed the more you argue with someone. It's like, it just doesn't make sense. You and someone could have completely different opinions and still be best friends. And if you can't, then you're a problem. Because, like, that's genuinely a part of our society, is, like, people just are not open-minded enough to even hear an opposing opinion and be like, what the fuck? I can't coexist. Like, that just doesn't make sense to me. And I think it's because of our system. Like, it really causes that in the people. It's like, it's just really bad. I don't think people are naturally shitty like that. Not like that, at least. We all want money. We all want to do better than each other. But, I mean, at the end of the day, like, I don't think we're ever just sitting in our beds going, oh, I can't wait for the downfall of others. At least most of us. I don't think most of us are thinking that. I think we're more or less focused on our own goals, our own paths, our own journeys, succeeding. I agree it's tough after seeing things to start and not finish, and we don't really control it. But I at least like to try. My best friend and I don't see eye to eye all the political world, but I love the guy. Exactly. It's like, whatever. You don't have to agree on... Like, I really do believe politics are important, but not so important that I should delete your relationships. Because, again, you don't have that much control over it. Yes, the power is in the people, but you're not 300 million people. You're one person. Wake up early every day to hate longer. That's crazy. He wakes up early not to grind, not to be ready for the market, to hate longer. That's like hate. You're actually like hate watching life at that point. Hate watching life from your own POV. That's crazy. But to be honest with you guys, I don't really like Trump or Biden. I think they were both pretty dumb presidents. Their policies don't matter. And when that's the problem, that's when you know you don't have good presidents. You really need presidents where you're talking about their policies more than anything, not what memes on the internet you remember them from. We need presidents that stand for something, not stand for being publicly known. Chanting hate, hate, hate. Yeah, no, wait. Even better, lag to death when he wakes up early. He makes sure he wakes up an hour before his alarm clock goes off. And you know those like sleeping things you can put on, those like they just cover your eyes, the little pads or whatever. On the bottom side of it, it reads hate. So like his eyes are against the word hate as he's like resting or like not ready to get up yet. And then as he gets up, he flips it and it says hate. The government is a money scheme. I mean, yeah, kind of. I don't like to call it that stuff because it feels like tinfoil hat when you say it like that. But, yeah. Plus, it's not like our founding fathers sat down and were like, all right, guys, how can we scam people 100 years from now? How could our children kill the economy? It's like, I don't think they set out to do that. So that's why I can't sit here and be like, it's a whole scheme and a scam. Like, it might be now, but I don't think that was like the original intention. No, you're good. You guys can say whatever. I'm not going to police you that hard. I just don't want people to be too hateful or to be too controlling of what people are saying. Like, you guys can say whatever you want, but let's not try to force opinions on each other. We can be open about it, and that's what allows us to still be friends afterwards, because we're not trying to control each other. It's pretty awesome how conversation works. And there's plenty of people in my chat that are far left. There's some people in my chat that are super far right, super Trump supporters, like, and we still coexist. It's like, you can have your opinions and still coexist and still go on about your day and still make friends and still have a good time. Rubbing my hands together thinking about the hate. This is why we take in all the info and trade them levels. Exactly. Because I don't really care what's going to... I mean, I guess I do care to a certain extent what's going to happen to our country and us in the future. But, like, stock market-wise, I don't. It's just like, whatever happens, happens. We just want movement. That's all we want. Who are we to say what's right and what's wrong? I just want to see green and red. Which, how many of you did good today? Give me a... Here, wait, we can do polls. I need to keep doing these. I need to set it up to where, like, a mod can do these. Like, Mike could show up and be like, alright, let's do a poll. I need to set it up to where, like, y'all can do these as well. Or wait, Mike, can you see if you have the option? We all have our own opinions, make money of your... Exactly. Mike, do you have the option to create a poll on YouTube stream? I'm gonna do it, but I just wanted to see if you had the option. It should be like, there should be like a plus sign. It says engage or something, and then it should say start a poll. If not, that's okay. I just need to figure out how to turn it on later. But I was just curious to test that right now since you're in here. One of my few YouTube mods. You don't see it? I'll have to figure out how to add it then, because I could have swore I saw an option for moderators being allowed to start one. Not like I need that. It's literally a click of a button. I can do it, but it's just like, that'd be fun. Because you could pop in, or Sinful could pop in and be like, alright, let's do a poll. How's everyone doing? Green, red, and no trades / flat. Alright, let me know in the YouTube stream, guys, how everyone has done so far today. Of course, the day's not over. Alright, well, Mike, I'll try to get that done tonight or tomorrow, and then I'll ask you again in a different stream. Or whatever mod's around. I don't even know who all my mods are anymore, actually. I need to look at that screen just in general. Oh, that felt so good. Oh my god. Dude, popping your neck is like the greatest feeling ever when you haven't done it in forever. I don't recommend popping your neck all the time, but man, when you space them out, oh. Oh, here we go. Damn, I'm glad I checked this, Mike. I just found like 3 people that definitely don't need to be a moderator anymore. The only managing moderator we have is Sherman. I wonder if that's what allows it. Oh, you have the power to actually go to my videos and moderate comments as well? Oh my god. Damn, I don't see an option to, like, let you do anything else, though. What the hell? I can change your level of moderation. Hold potentially inappropriate comments. That's basic. Strict is hold a broader range of potentially inappropriate comments. Really great description there. And then hold all, which is holding all comments, which I guess gives you power to do whatever you want on comments. I need to give you power in this stream as well. Here we go. Permissions, community moderation. Ah, I see. Let me ask Google. Google always knows. Damn. It says no, YouTube moderators cannot currently create polls on live streams. Only the channel owner can create and manage live polls. Man, make YouTube moderators great. That's what they need to do. You know, everybody's like trying to make America great again. I'm just trying to make YouTube moderators great again. Who's with me? Whoa, what's going on? Oh, nothing. I was editing moderator settings. Mike gave me a flashing light over my head, and I remembered something. And then the flashing light came down and smashed me on the top of my head. I also just realized YouTube moderators are not as cool as I thought they could be. Which means YouTube is truly in the prehistoric ages of live streaming. Like, that's crazy. Alright, well, if you guys are a mod on the channel, you can delete things now, so be very careful. I get held hostage by my mods, and there's just, like, no messages in the chat forever. Yeah, and I think, honestly, I'm really happy I had that discussion with you all at the beginning of the stream today. If you guys weren't here today, we talked about a potential scenario. I don't like to sit here and be like, this is what I expect to happen today, because I don't want to push anybody in a certain direction with my bias or anything. But I had a personal opinion today that we were going to have a range, or more of a range type day. And we're kind of sticking in between the two levels I quizzed everyone about in the beginning of stream today. So a part of me is like, yes, I'm happy that's working, but also a part of me is like, wait, shit, I just called for a range day. I don't know if I should brag about that. But it's kind of cool to see it work out. Also just nice to be in the mindset of understanding that that is possible. It's not really like we're sitting here betting on it to do nothing all day. It's more or less, no, I expect it to bounce in between these two levels. So we should still get movement. So I don't want to push anybody outside of that mindset of like, oh, I don't want to trade today then. Like, no, today's still getting good movement. Mike had a couple good call-outs. Maddie, myself, Kevo, Misi. Saw a few more people in chat. Carter. A lot of really good updates in the chat. So I don't like to put that into your heads. I don't want you to think range days are bad. Like, range days can be bad because they can be boring, but they can also be really easy because they can only do so much. So the only thing it really comes down to is are you going to get movement or not, which today we did. But that's not to say every time we range we have movement. And seriously, Mike, thank you so much for the stuff in chat, dude. I am really fucking with your updates, dude. I love every single one of them. I also hope it's helped keeping people in the right mindset. I see Carter's 2 out of 2 and done for the day. Love that mindset. I also really just like your random ticker mentions, because I swear I forget about half of these names. And then I'm like, oh my god, this chart looks so clean. Because I always go back to the trade floor, and I look at all the tickers, I'm like, man, how did I forget about this one? Hold up, I gotta ban another fake Bueller. This is insane. How are we getting so many fake Buellers now, dude? It's crazy. Oh, I think I got that one, actually. My ticker, Tourette's. Bro, that's actually such a good name for that, though. Ticker Tourette syndrome. Oh, that is so good. It even rolls off the tongue. It's got the T. It's the T that we needed. Ticker Tourette. It's got the syllable count. It's got everything, bro. Ticker Tourette's. I love it. I probably shouldn't say it so much or it sounds like I have Tourette's, but man, that is so good. Somebody with Tourette's like listening to this. What the hell is he saying? Don't laugh at this. No, I knew someone when I was really, really young who had it. I was like that kid that was friends with the Tourette's kid. He was a smart son of a gun, though. I'll tell you that much. Even as a kid, I was like, whoa, this kid's smart. Whoa, this kid's sentient. What the hell? Look at that recovery ever since that update by Mike. Got the inside bar. We got the breakup, retaking the level. Got a reset candle. Got a continuation candle. And by the way, guys, the reset candle is when you have like a bullish breakout to any extent or recovery over a level, and then the next candle holds over 50% of that previous candle. So it's pretty much bullish candle and then a breather candle and then a continuation. Really nice move on that one though. You had the opposite of that against 576 earlier. The hourly chart is interesting. Maybe I'll switch around. I'm going to delete the fib, guys. You can leave it on if you want, but since I'm moving time frames, I'm just going to, for viewer's sake, make it a little easier to look at. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. I have all the One Piece soundtracks stuck in my head right now. Do I have any One Piece fans in here? I started One Piece, I don't even know how long ago now. And I'm in the 500s. I am at the time skip. Damn, I thought one of you would have at least typed you've seen it or a One Piece fanatic. There's so many out there these days. Feels like the making of another W pattern off of 574s. It definitely does feel that way. It does, like, we're like slowly etching up too. Damn, the hourly is kind of nice, Carter. The more I'm looking at this, the yesterday was even cleaner. When you look at the hourly, do you take off extended hours, Sir Carter Prop Street, sir? OB to IB to hammer. You don't? I didn't think so. The more I looked at that, the more I was like, wow, that would be impossible to trade. Oh, wow, that is so much easier to look at. What the fuck? Zoom in, dude. My chart's like going against me right now. It's probably not good to use these levels on this kind of chart. There we go. But less is probably better on an hourly. Damn, honestly, this here is the powerful candle. If you're looking at the hourly, this is the candle. This broke out. I mean, we had the higher open, of course. Broke out. This is the candle that held. Anything above that will be seen as a higher low. I'm just curious. I want to draw from here to here.
And then I want to see today's 5-minute. Oh my god, that is too good to be true. I was gonna say, like, is this where we've been holding all day? Man, that's disgusting. That's why I don't like doing, like, too many different time frames, because you can come up with basically the same plan. But man, that is crazy that lines up so well. I mean, that took me, what, like 2 moments to see that? 2 entire moments? That's so cool. Whoops. Whoops. I just had to see. And the reason I grabbed from this is because this is the candle that confirmed that we're still here. It held the retest. And then I marked it up to here because this is kind of where we like went up to before stopping a little bit. So I just wanted to mark that high just to kind of test it. And then looking to see where a supposed high or low should be placed if you're, doing that in like a calculated way. And it was just kind of funny that we are sitting at that calculated spot. Today's like the meat of our lows are holding the same spot. Pretty cool though. Thank you for telling me to look at the hourly. That was definitely worth it. I might actually go up to like the 15 right now, actually. That was nice. Do I have a favorite arc in One Piece? I'm not done with it. I don't even know if you could say I'm halfway because it's not finished, of course, but I'm just now in the beginning of the 500s. Like, I got past the time skip, and then I'm like right there. I'm like first 2 episodes of the time skip. So far, I would have to say the one I literally just got out of, that whole Marineford War, whatever, that was pretty crazy. Up to that point, though, if you don't count that one, my favorite arc, which I feel like this was a lame arc to like as much as I did, but it was one of the early ones. It was when he was helping Nami against the fish people. That was honestly, like, I was 40 episodes in, and I was like, I'm fucking hooked. Not even. It was less than that. It was like 20 or 30 episodes. You start to see the beginnings of that, and you're like, oh my god. You're like, I started to see why it was so addicting to watch it. But now I've gotten to the point where this dude knows hockey now, and I'm like even more addicted to what I'm watching. I'm like, oh my god, this guy would beat up Naruto in a blink of an eye. So I don't have any favorite arcs yet, just because I haven't seen them all yet. But if I had to say, it would be one of those two. So East Blue or whatever, the one with the Alabasta, and then the Marineford War, whatever that arc's called. One of those two, though, those were so tough so far. Can help frame the trade as well. If we trade the 5-minute, we got to be quick to the downside. Exactly. Gives you good kind of reference points. Like, oh, okay, there's a huge level here. NVIDIA grind up. What's up, Dom G? How are you doing today, Dom? I haven't saw you active today. Yeah, you were... that was a perfect explanation. It is definitely a grind up. Could not have said that better myself. And look, they did that liquidity grab here on the type of gap up that username quizzed everyone on. We gapped up, got a little bit of continuation. Is it so fair that we should see an instant return to that to fill the gap? No. You're not going to see that a lot of the time so quickly. But kind of cool seeing that liquidity grab pop up right there. 119.50s, take it up into the highs. So not super fast paced, but it was definitely directional. You could see where they went, where they held. It's kind of cool, too, because it's actually what happened yesterday. I remember talking about that one. But it happened again. They broke the level, retook it, made a higher low of that retake. This is actually what I'm talking about right here. So, and if you guys have been paying attention over the past few years, I've called this the buy the dip setup. Currently in the chat, Ace has been posting a more refined way, I'd say, of all of this. It's the same exact thing, but he has like exact ways of like seeing what's what. So make sure you read his Ace setup and the results and review. I really love that he does that because he's not originally from Bueller Buys. He learned like other styles of trading first and then got in here. So he doesn't use their terms because I told him that would be very annoying. But I do appreciate him for at least covering logical price action, because it is essentially what he learned, regardless of how we use terms and what terms are being used. None of them really matter. It's all logical price action. So I've always appreciated him going over that stuff, but please definitely check out his deeper in detail post on this. But this right here is actually what I'm looking for when I talk about that. But you can see we get that loss of the level or loss of the area, and then we get a retake of it right here, right? Even if it's just one candle, a little bit of settling here and there, it's nothing crazy, right? That can be seen as a first move up, right? This move comes back down, it lost it. That's doing exactly what this just did. It's creating fuel for this to even have a chance of going back up. Then look where this decides to hold when it does go back up. So it goes back up again, comes back down. Look where they hold again. I mean, you don't need to mark that whole zone. I'm really just looking here. But they hold above the 50%. They use our level more specifically, but they end up holding above the 50%, giving us probability that this should go back up as long as it's over the top of the first time we went back up, right? Same story again. So that one not as pretty. They go back up again. Look where they come back down at. They hold the 0%. But what also is that 0% fib? What is that? That's the high of that first move. They came back up. They tried to hold over it. They couldn't. Redid. Came back up. So this is almost like reinitiating. Oh, well, we see that we use this as a liquidity grab. This is a liquidity grab. This is a liquidity grab. We're not doing it again here. We don't need to anymore. We've already burned you 3 times. We don't need to a 4th. So that's why this doesn't break the level when it retests and holds. So you can see how it's becoming more and more passive as time goes on. And then the fib extension you can just use as future targets, but that was not the point of what I was trying to cover. But it really is like a calculated recovery. It's that way every single time. You might get a different number of candles in between sometimes. It might be slower or faster, but that essentially is a perfect BTD setup. And kind of cool too, because it's literally coming from other contexts where they've already done this once in this exact area too. And as you guys know, grind ups can be super powerful, but also super hard to watch. Because of course the green, red, but they're very powerful. Doing great, recovering after getting back from Shanghai. Damn, you were in Shanghai? That's so sick. You got any cool pictures? Or what were you doing in Shanghai? Family or business or pleasure? Were you at the Counter-Strike major and you got stuck there for 4 months straight? That'd be crazy. Damn, Dom G. I'll post some pics in the chat for work. You're a pilot, bro. What? That is so sick. Going back Sunday. Nice. Damn. How long is a flight? Is it like... Wait, so you fly those big-ass planes then? Like the international water planes. Those do not play around. An Airbus 350. That is sick. He flies Airbuses, bro. I feel like I do remember someone being a pilot in here, but I couldn't remember if it was you or someone else. Because I've had somebody else in here, too, that was like a fighter pilot. 15 to 16 hour flight, dude. That is crazy. All right, now be honest. Now you have your like your pre-checks. Let's say you're already up in the air. How much work are you doing, like maintenance and stuff? Are you doing like between you're already in the air to I'm about to land? Like I know there's a lot of stuff to do when you're landing and taking off, of course, but like how much are you actually doing in those 15 to 16 hours? I mean, of course you're sitting there and flying the plane. I'm not counting you out there. I'm just saying like how much are you actually doing in that? Because, like, think about that. He has to actually sit there for 15 to 16 hours. That in itself is already crazy, right? But to, like, actively do something or even think about something that long is even crazier. Because, like, it's definitely going to make you tired. That's where my brain went. I was like, wow, that's, like, actually a lot more work than you think. It's not just flying for 15 to 16 hours. There's a lot more thinking, I'm sure, involved. Like, while he's there for fucking 16 hours. That's crazy. For 2/3 of a day. Damn, dude. Make sure to tell us when your flight's leaving stuff, man. I want to wish you, like, good luck and shit. Or is that bad luck that we do that? Should we not wish you any luck at all? Is it, like, charms in a Marine Humvee? Is it just, like, a secret that you're not allowed to have them? So on those flights, we have 4 pilots. We take breaks. So I'm flying 7. Dude, 7.5 is still long, though. Holy. I mean, I know that's like a regular shift, but like that's still like straight. That's straight flying. Well, that's cool, though. There's 4. Okay. Okay, that makes it a little bit more like easy to manage, I bet. Where do you sleep? Do they give you like an actual bed? See, guys, we're getting intel that you wouldn't otherwise get. Posted pics in chat. Let's go. I'll pull this up on stream. Hold up. Oh, I do know you, Dom G. Bro, you're one of the few people I know both of your aliases, like, off the top of my head. Yes, because I know you. I even remember when you signed up. I remember, like, this scenario. Damn, these are really nice pictures. Like, this looks like a background. Okay, that one, too. That is unreal, dude. We have 2 pilots in the chat. We are so blessed. Dude, why does everything look like super HD everywhere you are? Life is a video game in Shanghai. What are those trees called that are like pink? And they drop the pink leaves everywhere. That'd be cool to get one of those trees. Whoa. I can't even tell if you're on the plane or on a mountain while taking this pic. Cherry blossom? No, it starts with a W. It's like a Japanese tree. Or is it a cherry? Maybe I'm just thinking the name and it's cherry blossom in English. Japanese pink leaf tree. What is that called? I could have swore it starts with a W. Yeah, y'all are right. They're okay. No, I am stupid. Yeah, they're cherry blossoms. The sakura trees. Yeah, there we go. That's why I didn't remember the name. Yeah, those trees are sick. Dude, I'm like so lost in this picture. I mean, is that not like breathtaking? That is crazy. I gotta go back up to these one more time. I always love when you guys send pics in the chat because there's some of you like Sand Dollar and Dom and like just a few people in chat like just travel around the world a lot, whether it's for work or for whatever. Man, that is insane. The mountain one is wild. Leland too, like when Leland posts pics, it's always the craziest stuff I've ever seen. Me dropping emojis on all the off-topic stuff, but not on the trade floor stuff. Is there more? Oh, no. Okay. I thought his message went to another one. Dude, that's insane. Oh, wait. Maddie's trade review, my trade review. I see Al posted one here. Inside bar near today's earlier low, sold into strength to reduce cost base and reduce risk. Took a profit a little later than I wanted, but it worked out. I walked out to talk to the mail carrier and get a banana. Oops. Okay, so he's in calls on that candle. Trims. Went to get a banana. Saw that he hit the next level. What a legend. The banana clutch, dude. The banana clutch. We just witnessed a banana clutch live. And then seeing the 5-minute here, you can see we're still kind of having issues with today's open, which let me extend this over. I have a hard time always doing that. I always just like leave it here to end of lunchtime and then I forget about it later today. Which I didn't even realize it's past noon. That's crazy. I was just having a good time. We talked about all kinds of crazy stuff in here, didn't we, today? We talked about a lot of trading. Talked about some political stuff, very small amount of it. We like to keep that to a very small amount. You know how it is in here. Of course, some cool random stuff all around the sides. But if you guys have anything else to say or ask, please let me know. Posted some Tokyo. Bro, that's where I want to go is Japan, dude. I want to go to Japan. Let me see these pics. This is what, yep, this is what I want. I'm telling you, man, I think I was supposed to be Japanese when I was born. Okay, dude, your phone or whatever you're taking pictures with is just unreal. Like, I got an iPhone too, but what the hell? These pictures are, like, super crystal clear. Like, I can see the shadows on the banks right here. Like, that's crazy. Like, I'm looking at, like, the deeper detail. Your phone's picking all that up. You just see, like, a random alien spaceship in one of his pictures while I'm going through them. See, that's what I'm talking about right here. How do you not feel zen when you see this? You have an... Okay, we have the same phone, dude. No way your phone is... Wait, my camera does this? I just need to take more pictures. Dude, all this is so unreal. Egg station? Oh my god. I bet those eggs are so freaking good. And we're back around. Damn, dude, these were nice. I think I really, really like this one the most. This one's crazy. You got, like, the full tree. I mean, most of the tree. Like, I feel like I'm about to play Sekiro when I look at this. Like, this is nice. That just looks insane. This guy knows what he's doing. Look, gloved only on the egg hand. Bro's a specialist. Damn. That is so sick. I'm literally waiting for someone to be like, to tag reply this and be like off topic without saying anything else. I'm waiting for it. Who cares, man? The market's not moving that much. Man, these are nice. Thank you for the pictures, dude. That was like I feel like I just went to Japan for a second. Grabbed UPS. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, I see why. Damn, imagine if that catches support and closes like around here. I bet the contract, this will be way higher than 84 because of the momentum he's buying it at. So even if it could even close lower than where current price is today, as long as it just settles, this contract might actually be higher than 84 just off the rip. I saw you do this with another trade a long time ago. I forgot the tick. It was probably this chart too. And then I did it on accident on, I don't remember what ticker. Basically just saying that's a good discounted price. So even if the price closes same level today, that could literally be up $16 for all we know. Your UPS shares would like a move. I mean, I don't know, man. I think it's kind of a discount buy. Because Mike said it a little while back, and he's talked about it for a long time now. And, like, I mean, how much more selling can this thing do? Like, it's reached historical buying prices. It's damn near $100 a share. Like, I think it's a good discount buy. I think it's going to take a very long time for it to not feel like a discount buy as well, though. So I think for a while, UPS is going to be a great buying opportunity. And Mike's already pointed this out. I'm not trying to piggyback or take any call-outs away. This is definitely a ticker he posts a lot. But I like this a lot for long-term investments as well. I think UPS is a genius idea. You have like 9 around 115. Oh, that's not bad. Yeah, I genuinely believe if you're just around 100 to 120, like anything between here is probably fine. If you somehow get lower than that, then you're getting really good buys. I also haven't done the math for PE ratios. If you just do the math on like, if this is where this was and this is the PE ratio and then this is where it was, what was that PE? Like, it's good to kind of compare and contrast what it should and shouldn't be. Because then you could be like, oh, it's actually like way discounted than I thought, or it's not as discounted as it should be yet, you know. And I think this is actually well under. I think there's actually an indicator you can put on for that, actually. I don't know where it goes, though. But no, I do like the UPS talks. Every time y'all bring it up, I'm happy because this is a good, like, I really like boring names. I think UPS is the perfect boring name because it's not exciting. But that's the exact kind of long-term picks you should like. You should want boring names to find discount prices, right? A lot of people used to always like make fun of me for trading John Deere so much. Look at this thing now. It comfortably sits in the 400, 500s all the time, right? Costco now is exciting. But back in the day, if you were someone who was like, I'm buying Costco shares, no one really cared because it's not that exciting to read. No one cares. Right? And that's the exact kind of stocks that you want to find, right? Another really good one that I like is Public Storage. I think Public Storage is a great one to look at. I don't think it's buy time yet, but it's a very boring one. It's also a REIT. It's a real estate investment trust. So I like this one a lot. What was the other one? What is the one Bill Gates owns a lot of? It's the Waste Management. Waste Management is probably my other favorite boring stock. You should really find passion in finding boring stocks that are going to perform over the long term. Find them in discounted prices, buy them, and it's not just like you know, usually when you take a trade you're buying or selling and you have a little bit of confidence in your play. Well, with these it's not just in the play itself or in the trade itself, it's in the company, you know. Waste management is not going anywhere. Public storage is not going anywhere. Costco, not going anywhere. UPS, not going anywhere. These are companies that are going to probably exist for a very long time. So when you find them at discounted prices, that is a great thing, because now you're looking at a company that you'll be buying, and you won't just like the play, you'll like the company. You'll see the future growth of the company. You'll have confidence because you know you're buying a company that is either a staple of its sector or a staple of our economy, of our country, or some sort of sector within our country. But it's really good to find those, and that is my favorite way of finding stock picks, because everybody's going to occasionally find your Teslas and your Apples and your Microsofts, but nobody's going to find your John Deere's, your Waste Management's, your Costco's, your Public Storages, your UPS trades. People aren't looking for those. Your long-term traders are, but there's a lot of money that doesn't go into these at the right times because too many people are looking at the exciting stuff, right? So you should really try to find some. I say boring, but I don't mean it like that. You know what I mean? It's not actually boring, but that is what it feels like, because it's not like that crazy of a Waste Management. Oh, trash, cool. Yeah, but are they going anywhere? No, probably not. So it's good to find them when they have good dip buys. Which actually, in the beginning of either buys, this is one of the first things we ever bought, was this in Public Storage. We bought Waste Management at 89 and Public Storage at about 190, I believe. So it's just cool. It's cool to look at boring companies. That's why I love when you guys bring up those tickers, because it's like I don't have to worry about that like effect of like, oh, it's like Tesla. Like, no. But good looks, good looks. I'm just curious. Okay, that's easy to remember. So 50% of the whole drop of this move, which I wouldn't normally mark it like that anyway, is pretty close to this level here. So that'll be good to remember. Which, a lot of the time when you make your recoveries, you do want to try to at least get to this level here, the 50% of the entire drop. But that's not how we have it charted here. So I just wanted to reconfirm that. As far as I'm concerned, we've hit our bullish short-term targets. I don't expect any more upside until we get over 576s. I would really like to see a secondary higher low. Right now we have kind of like a true low, and then we have a potential, or we do have a higher low. Now we're either looking for kind of some bullshit trading that slightly goes up, or some slight recovery back to the kind of the mean. When I say recovering to the mean, like averaging back out. Like I could see it recovering here, I could see it doing its thing, or doing a bunch of BS trading and then getting down here, But basically we're looking for, and if this is the move that goes up, let me just show you an easier explanation. So when we buy the dip, when you do buy the dip trades, and you're going from here to the top of the first move up, right? And then you look for higher lows, right? So if we were doing that here, shouldn't we do that here as well? Now, I'm not drawing it yet. Okay, we don't have to draw it at all because it literally lines up with levels we already have, but in other cases it doesn't. You would want to at least be like, okay, and note that, where is that going? And then you could note, oh, okay, well, now I have extra emphasis behind this level here. Now I know 567 isn't just a fib extension. It's not just a short-term resistance. It's also where this higher low should hold if this is going to hold here, right? If we're going to get that passive higher low, that calculated higher low, it's going to hold 567, right? So what do I do if it breaks 567? Now I know I'm not as bullish as I could be, not just on my bigger time frames, but let's say I'm on the 5 minute that day and we are breaking that, or we're holding it, right? I can use that context on that smaller time frame and be like, oh, okay, I'm more bullish today, or I'm more bearish today, or I don't really know yet, I need more decisions made. It gives you that context ahead of time. You buy $100 a week through the company employee discounted purchasing program for the long. Oh, that's genius. The PE was 17.2 last time I looked. What's their average PE? Let me see. The current is about 17, which is 26% lower than the historical average. Looking back at the last 10 years, UPS's, I keep saying USP, UPS's PE ratio peaked in December 2020 at about 108, with a price of 168 and an EPS of 155. Its trailing PE ratio is approximately 7, while its forward is about 14.7. Yeah, that PE ratio is huge, huge discount. That's a good thing too, Mike. It's like another like thing to kind of throw into your confidence. Nice. Yeah, I like that. That's a good stock pick. That's a good sound, passive. I'm like 98% sure that will work out over time type play. Good stuff. I like that a lot. You added Target shares the other day. See, that's another one. Like, it's boring. It's probably under the radar on a lot of people. Holy, I didn't even realize it was at $100 a share. What did Target do to do this? I didn't think they were that bad off. What is Target's PE ratio? I always just type in the ticker and then PE ratio and then history, because a lot of the time it pulls up Macro Trends as the website. And that website has like all the detailed facts that are pretty updated. You don't have to like do a bunch of clicking, it's just there. But macrotrends.net is probably one of my favorite websites for just checking like just macro information. It's exactly in the name. PE ratio. Current and historical is between 2010 and 2025. The PE ratio is calculated by taking the latest closing price divided. Yeah, you don't need to explain that. The PE ratio is a simple way to assess whether a stock is over or under a valued in the most widely used valuation measure. Dude, get to the info. Here we go. Target PE ratio as of March 21st. So even though it's not fully updated, it is 4 days old. It still gives me what I need. 13.3. 13.34. Which let me just link this. So when you type in ticker or name of company, PE ratio, apparently you don't have to type history, you can type history, but you want to get macrotrends.net. And not just for PE ratios, but it has a lot of other cool stuff too. And like I said, it's straight to the point. So if you don't understand something, there's an explanation of what you're reading, and then it gives you what you're reading. And then there's even data tables underneath. So, but I love this website. It's super just straight to the point. There's no like login or anything. It's just bam, here's info, dude. Look up what you want. But I love this. This is what I use for a lot of my like stock pick stuff. But I mainly use it for just like side information for when I reference my facts. This is where I post it from, is this website. Oh, the DEI thing. I forgot about that. That's hurting Target, huh? Damn. I didn't realize they were so heavily oriented with DEI. I still think that's a dip buy, though. I think that's a great thing happening to this company. Let the restructure happen. Give us discounts. Because this is honestly a good company to want to get in the future. You have 12 total? Nice, dude. Yeah, UPS is a good one. Plus, you have some inside information here with Mike, so you could always ask him about, hey, is the company on fire? Like, you know, stuff like that. I mean, he's not going to be able to tell you all the inner workings of it, but I'm sure he'll... I mean, he just told you he's buying $100 a week, basically, so... Even though it's through a company program, he still somewhat believes in it. And it's UPS. I mean, let's be honest, bro. Like, UPS ain't going anywhere. That's the type of company you want to be invested in. It's just, it's rare that you get buying opportunities on those types of companies. So you really got to take advantage when you do. Because there's not a lot of chances in the future that you do get those dips. Sometimes, I mean, like, Target, for example. I mean, you could say the last real dip was back here before the launch. Look what it's taking now just to get back here again. It's not just like a week and we're back down here again. These are monthly candles. It's been taking years to get back down here. It takes a lot of patience to be a long-term trader, especially someone who buys correctly, someone who's buying on actual dips, not just buying when it's convenient. Nike as well. Yeah, Nike's a good one. I think Nike's a little weird because they have a lot of weird like political stuff going on. Like I really hate that about them because I love Nike. I think it's a great company. But they are so connected to like the political landscape, it actually does mess with them a little bit. It was like Netflix, kind of beginning of like 2020, like end of 2020, kind of going into 2021. It was kind of messing with them too, the whole like woke stuff, you know, which I still don't understand how that like ruins a company that bad, but like how are we letting woke stuff ruin prices of stock prices, but we let ads just completely run just fucking crazy? Like, do y'all realize how much ads have been implemented into our like social medias and not even just social medias, but like when you watch Netflix or Amazon or YouTube or just literally anything nowadays, ads are implemented. This was not a thing a few years ago, right? Ads were just like something side for revenue. Companies have completely flipped this on their head ever since Disney figured out how to do it correctly. Ever since Disney figured out how to do it correctly, everybody has been adding ads to everything. Because, again, if you're a company that makes movies and shows, you're stupid if you don't pay attention to Disney. They are basically the king of their sector for that whole, you know. So that's a big thing to think about. But yeah, Nike's a good one long term as well. I like it as well because it's the same parameters I just explained with the other ones. It's boring, it's going to go under the radar, and I just don't see it going anywhere. UPS is a cyclically slow season plus policy. Oh, it's a bad season for part 2, which might actually be good for dip buys. And economic uncertainty bringing them back to earth, aka pre-COVID prices. They have increased the dividend consistently over the years. That is true. That's like been the one awesome piece of news out of them continuously is like the dividend stuff, because even I've been seeing that and I don't even pay attention. The CEO Carol Tome, sorry if I'm saying that wrong, hasn't bought shares since 99.31. Yeah, AdSense making dollars, dude. They're killing it, man. And it's not just like Netflix or YouTube or Amazon or like the big companies. A lot of the smaller ones are doing it now too, and it's just insane. But it's gotten to a point where ads are now normal. Ads have now become a normal, just part of our lives. You either pay to not have them or you have them. That's it. I would say Microsoft and Disney ruined that for us. Microsoft was basically researching into how to do ads better, and then Disney implemented something that was kind of close to it, and then ever since then it's just been haywire. Which I don't know why Microsoft was doing that. You wanted Disney shares that never got to your buy area? What the hell did I do up here? Oh, it's our drawing. I was like, bro, there's a McDonald's logo on my Disney chart. Whoops, no, I don't want to do that. That's crazy, man. When I see these companies around 100, I'm like, man. Like, I see that as like, yeah, you probably could get a better buy, but you're not crazy for... You're not crazy for just buying around 100 on companies like this and then just knowing it'll go up in the future, but also knowing it'll probably take a long time. And that's kind of the point of long term. How is Disney not killing it like Netflix? They have the parks plus merchandising plus stream. Yeah, no, they literally are like... They're God in their own realm, basically. And they are not performing. It's crazy. Yeah, market cap. Now it is crazy, dude. I'm right there with you. Cause like, even though like you could sit here and be like they've made a lot of trash, the trash has still not damaged them to where they're not making money though. You know, they're killing it on streaming, on ads for their streaming. They're killing it on the deals that they're doing between like Netflix and all these other companies. Because a lot of people don't know that either, because they're not as public done deals. But a lot of big deals are done with like Netflix behind the doors, where they're like, "Hey, we'll let you borrow these 50 titles for 3 months, 4 months. Yeah, pay us 100 million." Blah blah. I don't know the money and all the details. I'm just giving the example. But these deals happen a lot. HBO, Disney, Hulu. You know, they do it all the time. But yeah, I'm confused about that too. I'm gonna have to keep that on the back burner. Because in my opinion, Disney's killing it. You know, what do they not own when it comes to making movies? What do they not own? There's a smaller list of things that they don't own than there is of things they own. They basically own the state of Florida. Yeah, it has to be the park stuff. It has to be. There's just no way. Their online presence is like untouchable. I don't know a single person on the planet that doesn't know what Disney is. Even if you speak a different language, dude. Like, there's Disney in every country at this point. Maybe it is another DEI. Maybe that's what I need to do today. I'll look up a list of DEI companies. Because, yeah, that's something to think about. Let me just go to Forbes so I can get half of what I need to do in one go. Yes, pause my ad blocker on this ad. Thank you. Oh my god. I scrolled down once and Warner Brothers is on here. Son of a gun. Alright, so I got the MLB, Victoria's Secret, something called State Street, Warner Brothers, Goldman Sachs, Paramount, Bank of America, Citigroup, Pepsi. And these are all companies moving away from them, but it's showing me all the dates in order. Okay. Let me get a better list, because like I said, I'm only going to get half of what I need to know thanks to Forbes. They're like, make sure you sub to this, and we'll give you the thing you actually clicked on us for. Okay, here we go. Here's a better list. This is what I was looking for. Accenture, Ally Financial, Eli Lilly, ADP, Allstate, no way. Johnson & Johnson, EY, I don't know what that is. Microsoft, Procter & Gamble, TD Bank, the Hershey Company, Union Pacific. I'm sorry, but what does TD Bank need DEI for? I just don't understand it. Like, shouldn't companies just be hiring off of, like, if someone is, like, good at the job or know what they're doing? Disney is like a cult pastime passed down generation after. It really is. It's like each generation's like, it's really got a different image of Disney. STT is decent. If VS shares came with a model, I'd buy so. Oh. Is that Victoria's Secret's ticker? I don't think I've ever actually looked them up. Okay, it's not. I was about to be like, damn, VS is kind of tough. I always find it kind of nice when the ticker's like 2 or 3, and it's like really close to the, like Google. Like, Google's the name of the company, Google's the name of the ticker. That's really easy to remember. I think companies really sleep on that too. There was actually a huge story about it with one company. They were screwed. I forgot who it was. It was a really tough name too. But there was a company that was trying to basically sue another company just to get the damn ticker, or pay them for it or something. And it was such a tough name. I couldn't remember it. It was like Armor or Army or something tough. Yo, what's up, Ace? I'm just chilling now, talking, just seeing what everyone's saying in here. Going a little crazy on the stream today, but it's okay. Ace, you ever heard of Disney? Oh, it is VSCO. Okay. I guess that's still not a bad name. VS would have been tough, though. Wait, what was the Sierra Mist debacle? Am I not remembering something right? Pepsi Company discontinued Sierra Mist and replacing it. Oh, the starry crap, yeah. Allegedly sent a cease and desist letter to TikTok influencer Sierra Mist over her online name, which is similar to the soda's name. Dude, pinch me and wake me up. I am in a nightmare. That's crazy. I mean, it is spelled the same way. I mean, not the same way, but it's pretty close. That's funny. That's crazy. Yeah, exactly like that. Damn, Mike, you have an insane fucking brain. Yes, exactly like that. Damn, what a crazy story. How did I not hear about this more? You wish someone would give you good swing plays? Yeah, and I wish for global world peace. What do you mean good swing plays? If I posted a swing play, you wouldn't even take it. I could be like, guys, I'm buying coin calls, and coin could be at $10 a share with like 100% certainty of going back up, and you'd still be like, oh, I didn't see it. This is why Ace can't be a mod. Because then I can't delete his messages anymore. Wait, what? I wish someone would give me good swing plays. How dare you? Too funny, she already owned the name and they tried to flex on her. Oh my god, she's a genius. Wait, actual smart TikTok influencer? One of one? Damn. That's actually a W on her part. All right, sorry, I had to walk away for like 2 seconds. Gary, I just saw what you said. Don't tell Ace anything, man. Let him just guess. If people want to miss what I post, let them miss what I post. Plus, I don't even know if Ace is even serious. I would leave it. Wait, I would have sold it to him for a nice chunk of change, but she probably got more publicity keeping it and shutting them out. Oh no, 100%. Let's be honest, the Sierra Mist was always crap compared to 7-Up and Sprite. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if I've ever actually tasted a Sierra Mist or even seen someone drink a Sierra Mist. Growing up, it was like straight up 7-Up. I'd say now all I see is Sprite. I definitely. Wait a minute, no, Sierra Mist. I feel like I have seen actually. Wasn't that the drink in all the Taco Bells for a while? Because aren't those Pepsi products at Taco Bell? How is stream doing? How much longer should we go on this? We're in the last 2 hours and 9 minutes of the day. 2 hours and 8 minutes, really. Yep, at Taco Bell. Okay, I knew I wasn't crazy. I was like, wait a minute. Let me take that back. I have witnessed Sierra Mrs. Gangster. They sold it back in the day at the Astrodome. Man. Need to go see a Texans game this year. The Q's got back on top of the 200-day for what it's worth. Okay, well at least we had the Tech move back up. We did. To be fair, Tech did have that annoying like Nvidia thorn in their side for a while, and then maybe if any other tech was down, it didn't help. But that's good to hear. At least they're back recovering somewhat. And like we said the other day too, I expect there to be a lot of retake and loss of the 200 if we're that close to them. I expect us to jump rope them for a little bit first before getting more one-directional movements away from them. So you're going to get a lot of movements from them, but I think especially that one is not bad. And then I guess I could try to find a better swing that actually costs money. CLF is a little bit of a cheapy one. If I don't find anything, I'm probably not going to take much, because I really don't have a good feel for this right now. I think we're kind of in a 50-50 where there is upside potential, but it's very small in terms of like how much more we could get short term. And then downside, I don't think it's very smart to just start shorting instantly just because we've gone up and we're at a part where we don't think we should go up more. There's a very good chance we grind up more, but that doesn't mean I need to be part of it. Just because it's not really that great of a pace. I need to get in a good paced move. The good old Astrodome. Man, this stock deserves to be $20 a share or less. This thing deserves to be $10 a share. What's up, Dr. J? Good to see you, man. Hope you had a good day as well. Some bit. How you doing? I'm just chilling. Kind of just enjoying myself at this point. Just reading what everyone's saying. I really do like reading what everyone says in here when we discuss stuff and go over stuff. It's kind of cool to see what everyone thinks or just random things brought up by you guys. I don't even know why. Oh. How's the Houston Livestock Show and Rodeo? Dude, it's the greatest thing on the planet. I'm not even into that kind of stuff, and I find it to be very amazing. I mean, there's not a single downside thing about going to the rodeo besides the traffic afterwards, but that's just like every social event at this point. Nah, the rodeo, like, is one of the coolest things you could do down here. It's everything. Everything. The concerts are crazy. The food is crazy. All the different rides you can go on are crazy. It's just so much shit to do. Yeah, dude, no, it's still up there. Like, I always brag about it because, like, I'm serious. Like, I'm really not into that kind of stuff. Even though I'm from down here. But I'm not joking. Like, I get the craze, dude. It is very addicting to go to a rodeo and then just, like, lose all track of time. You go from buying tickets at the carnival to, oh shit, I have a funnel cake, to next thing you know, I'm at the Taylor Swift concert. No, I'm kidding. Next thing you know, you're watching Zac Brown Band. You know, it's like, there's just so much going on. It's so sick. And then the rodeo aspect of it is super badass. Because the people there take that shit so serious. But the food and the rides and the shows and just everything, it's the best. You could be from, like, another planet, come to Texas, visit a rodeo, and be like, damn, humans aren't so bad. Like, that's how awesome rodeos are. Like, they'll just change your whole, like, image. It's so much fun. It's also fun when you have one of those things where you could go multiple days and watch multiple concerts, and it's just so much fun. You rode an elephant? What the hell? That sounds cool. Sounds like you gotta do that ski trip sooner than later, then I'll come and party at the rodeo with you. Actually sounds sick. Oh, dude, you would love it. Like, I can't even describe a type of person that wouldn't like it. Like, you could be someone who's antisocial, you could hate going outside, and you would still enjoy the rodeo. Like, the rodeo is just such a vibe. Yeah, dude, the southern vibes, man. It really is another planet down here. But it's weird because, like, I would say southern Texas is completely different than northern Texas. I would say it's like two completely dim. Like, there's almost like the equator is in the middle of Texas. Like, it's like two completely different strands of southern people. And then people in, like, East Texas and West Texas, like, they're almost... I mean, to be fair, we are, like, 4 states into one. But, like, damn. Went to the rodeo in Arizona, ate some brisket, and saw some what? Saw something get yeehawed. I think I know what you meant to type there. Maddie, I shit you not, I almost read that and was like, oh, the cattle driver, Fukara. I know him. I know exactly who you're talking about. He yeehaws all the time. I almost took that route. Alberta is Canada's Texas? Is that where you are, Jack? You're in Alberta? That's funny you say that, Mike. Yankees, because I literally just called someone that yesterday. I won't go into any details, but there's a guy that lives here who's not there. I guess he's dating my mom, but he's from the north, and we call him a Yankee all the time. He'll call us like Hicks and stuff. It's funny. Letter Buck. Yeah, the perfect person to show up when we're talking about rodeos is someone that has like a rodeo profile picture. Did someone say rodeo? You're in Heartland? Is that what you're saying, Gary? You're in Heartland? Heartland? I don't even know how to say that one. I could say Kirkendall, but I can't say Heartland. I could spell Kirkendall. Ranch country out here. Oh, we were talking to Jack. It's filmed there where your shop is? That's crazy. Is Yankee a good or a bad thing? Well, in the Civil War, it was a bad thing. I would say nowadays it's just a friendly gesture of like, hey, what's up? You're from the North and I'm not. Calling a hick would be like, hey, I'm not from the South and you are. You know, it's like, I see that as that nowadays. But back in the day, yeah, that was probably a horrible thing to call somebody. Because they were probably like, oh, I'm going to shoot my musket at you. Hold up, give me 45 seconds. I'll reload. It's probably like that. A little more drama mixed in there. It's more of a friendly thing to call someone nowadays. If you actually know them, I wouldn't just walk around calling people that. Yeah, my bad, Gary. I was lost. Kirkendall. Look at you. Clear Lake Shores. Where's that at? It just sounds like a vibe. It's near Seabrook. Oh, this is right next to LaPorte. Bro, holy shit. You used to live literally right next to my grandma. Like, not even 20 minutes. Okay. Right, pretty much right on the... Right, you're pretty much right on the bay. Nice, okay. I know exactly where you're from. If that's the one I'm looking at, the one in Texas. Well, hick is the term, Dr. J. You just be like, you bunch of hicks. But I don't, like I said, I don't know if I would just start calling people that. Like, you could call me that because we're homies. You know, I'm not going to take it that way. I'm be like, oh, nice. Ha ha ha. I'm stupid and from the South. That's how I take it. It's like, it's just a word. But during the Civil War, it was not just a word. That was like, it was pretty bad. Like, you couldn't just call people hicks and Southerners and then call someone a Yankee. Like, it's like, what? Oh, okay, by Kima. Yeah, dude, Kima Boardwalk. I forgot about that. Damn, okay, Mike. So you actually used to live super close to my grandma then. About an hour and 40 from me. Maybe an hour 20 if I drive fast. League City, Dickinson, and the whole 9 yards. Wait, so where are you at now, Mike? I'm sorry for asking you this because I'm sure you've told me in the past, and I'm just forgetful. Redneck, yeah. Exactly, Dr. J. That's kind of how I see it too. I don't know. It is crazy though. I will meet the occasional person from the north, and they actually think people in like where I'm from, like straight up, are on horses all the time. I'm like, what year do you think we're in? I'm like, yes, horses are in this state. Yes, there are horses here. But no, I do not ride one to and from my closest town on a dirt path. People in the north think everyone in the south has 5 guns. Okay, that one might be a little bit more closer to accurate than the horse thing, though. Like, someone telling me they think everyone here owns 5 guns is definitely way more accurate than thinking people here travel to and from on just horseback. It was like that when I was a kid, too. I remember very specifically a couple people from the north were our neighbors, and they were, like, shocked that we had vehicles. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what year do you think we're in down here? I don't think people from the north... I don't even know what stereotypes there are for the north, because I just don't know any, but, like... I would like to think you're also in the future with us. We're not just sitting back sipping tea. Like, actually, let's see. What is the average gun count in Texas? I want to know now. It's as high as 1.8. So your number's a little off, but 2 is pretty crazy to almost have as an average, considering that's an average. Meaning there are probably people out there with, like, way more than 2. It averages it out to where everybody has at least 2 here. That's crazy. Gary said, "That's a lie. I have more than 5, but I lost them in a boating accident." Goes out back with a shovel, unburies bag of guns like John Wick. Goes to the basement, breaks concrete open, finds another bag full of weapons. When I went out there, Texas... Oh, okay, that is accurate. I'm not like that, but I do know exactly what you're talking about. Because, I mean, it's just weather, you know? Once you get used to it, it's probably not that big of a deal to the people who are there. But I could see why, like, Texans would be like, yo, earthquakes are scary. And I have heard that a lot, too. Like, people from California or from, like, other states, they don't get them as much. They'll be like, yo, hurricanes are scary and stuff like that. It's like, man, in all honesty, they all suck if you get a really bad one. Honestly, I think the thing that I would be most scared of are tornadoes. There's never been a tornado where I'm from. Not once. But I bet if I was to see a real twister, I bet I'd be pretty scared. I'd like to think I could keep my calm in an earthquake and hurricanes are just pretty fucking scary in general, but I mean, it's not that bad once you get through, like you go through one hurricane, you've been through them all. One bad hurricane, you've been through them all. Which there were kind of a lot when I was growing up. We would just, like, take shelter into, like, the living room. All the windows would be, like, blocked off, and then we just watch movies. Yeah, I'm probably way more scared of tornadoes, even though it's something I've never seen. But I bet if I saw one, I'd be like, oh, fuck. Please get me out of here. Oh, yeah, I have seen that. Lag. Yeah, in a Chevy Cruze is crazy, too. No, the people who chase twisters are crazy. I think it is really interesting what they do, though, because they're able to almost identify, like, certain pathings for tornadoes, which is kind of cool. I mean, just using, like, you know, weather technology, basically, or whatever they use for that stuff. But I think that's so cool, what they do. It is scary, probably, though. For Hurricane Andrew? Oh, okay. Yeah, twisters are scary. Yeah, I've never seen one, but I do not want... that's probably one thing I don't want to see. Apparently, I did feel an earthquake when I was really young, and we went to California, but I don't remember it. I was so young, I don't remember that stuff. You evacuated for Rita? Glad I did. Yeah, I've stayed for every single hurricane. But I'm also not, like, super, super close to the water. But some of the bad hurricanes, though, it does some damage up here. I remember when it was flooding in the streets for Harvey and, like, all that stuff. But yeah, Rita, Katrina. I felt like I was about to rap there.
Rita, Katrina. Pecos Bill a Twister. Water spouts? Are you talking about like those are like the water tornadoes? I remember looking at a book when I was a kid in elementary. And I remember specifically looking at a tornado book. And I remember staring at this one. It was coming out of the sky. And it was sitting on top of the ocean, hitting it. I'm like, what the fuck? Like, if that's not like... if that's not a testament to true fear, I don't know what is. You had a tree land in your bedroom? Oh my god. Yeah, dear God, make me a bird. Just for 5 hours, please. Make me a bird. We should change the name of hurricanes. And I don't think we should change the name of all of them. Some of them are kind of funny. But it is crazy how there's already a list set, and some of them are like really, really, really old names. Look up the fire ones. I mean, to be honest with you, Katrina, that's a pretty tough name. I just don't like to bring it up because it did kind of kill a lot of people. But Katrina is kind of a tough name for a hurricane. Now, I will agree with you though. 9 times out of 10, the hurricane's like Greg or something like super non-violent. It's like, what the hell? Like Greg should be for like a super low-end cat, Oh, fire tornadoes. Oh, you were saying fire tornadoes. I didn't even know that. Yeah, Hurricane Doug. Like, bro, I'm not evacuating on some dude named Doug. They could tell me it's Cat 5 and I wouldn't even realize it. I would think because its name was Doug that it was of no harm. My guess is Northerners are seen as snobbish, act like they're smarter, and know what's best without needing to ask you. I mean, I don't know. That's probably how Southerners see it, but I don't. I think there is every walk of life in every part of our country. I think you're going to have great people. You're going to have shitty people around you, no matter where you're born. You could be in the worst part of the world, and you're still going to find some good people. And vice versa. Like, egotistical, snobby, any of that. I think it's all pretty balanced. Now, I don't have the math in front of me, of course, but it just feels that way. Like, I never just walk outside of my house. I'm like, damn, everybody's an asshole. But then there are some days where you're like, damn, everybody sucks. Traffic sucked. Wait, what are fire tornadoes called? Fire tornadoes are man-made? Wait, what are we talking about? Fire Whirl, that's the official name. A whirlwind. Oh, so, like, this is what happens to, like, California every other week. World War II fire tornadoes? Nah, bro, from what I heard, Hawaii was a space laser, man. They drew, like, blue paint on the ground, and there was space lasers, man. The Chinese shot at us. Name one Tanya. Tanya? Damn. Worst part of the world, but good people. People from Chicago, etc. Yeah, like I said, I think there's just every walk of life everywhere. It's really hard to be like, everyone from here is that. Everyone from here is that. Like, I just can't do that. Project Bluebeam. I don't know. I saw a lot of things that were like, there's a space laser. It's like, yeah, there is. But it's not pointed at Earth. And it can't turn around. And it is Chinese. But that's not what it's for. It also doesn't do what damage was done. I don't know, it was crazy the things I was reading on that. If you actually believe there is a space laser shooting down onto Hawaii, you need mental help. You might be a flat earther. I flew into Philadelphia one time and the vibe was dreary. Even in the airport, no smiles, nowhere. Damn.
What day was it? Was it a Monday? Was it a Tuesday? I feel like Tuesdays are basically just Monday part 2. In New York City, we saw Cali people as nice, New York City people as kind. A nice person will say someone should stand up for this pregnant person. A kind person will sigh and stand up themselves. Oh, I mean, as a Southerner, I see so many videos on that stuff of like y'all have a lot of subway drama. Fair enough, though. I mean, if I had to get in a subway full of people, I'm sure there'd be some drama. It sounds like winter Philly. Philly in summer or winter? Damn, see, all changed by the season. I can confirm that the Earth is not flat. Oh, wait, yeah, Dom can. He can, because he flies those international planes, and those go so damn high that he probably does see the curvature. To some extent. Nah, bro, that's just your eyes deceiving you because your eyes are rounded, man. That's a flat Earth, man. Space lasers, man. The Death Star was built by China. It's not the Death Star. That's why I don't even like to bring it up, because it is a weird topic. There is an actual space laser. But it's not for what you think. It's not a laser for destroying. It's a laser for analyzing. It's so we can scan super, 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 super far things. They're so far, we don't even see their real color. We see them as red and dark brown. We should still, with an outlandish theory like, hey, you believe in the moon? Yeah, we should try to come up with something. We need to create our own, like, stupid theory. Just for fun. Be like, yeah, man, VIX is a scam. Like, the whole VIX thing, like, when VIX is above 14. We need another one of those. It must have been a down day. Yeah, apparently. You just walk in, everyone's depressed. You're like, whoa, why am I suddenly sad? You moved out because you hate... Yeah, fair enough. You believe AMD is cursed? Oh, wait, is this the one we're trying to start? What is this chart? Oh. I named it Zinful. Whoa, I even drew lines. Well, this happened, but not here. It's happening here. Whole another area down. I won't lie, I wasn't surprised to see it go down to the 90s. I think I would have been surprised if I saw it go below 90, though. That quickly. I think that would have definitely surprised me. 90s, that was always on the plate. Below that, though, is like, I don't know. Wishful thinking. Nah, Philly was dope, though. I seen a bunch of dudes mobbing quads and dirt bikes through the streets. Like a dang DMX. Bro, did you run into Meek Mill? That's what it sounds like you ran into. I feel like I just heard every Meek Mill... Oh, he said like a dang DMX video. Yeah, like I was saying, it's like you just walked into a rapper. Like, you're just seeing like rappers filming, but it's just them having fun. I have seen that, though, in Philly. I seen that, like, four-wheelers and dirt biking is, like, super, super, super popular. Which, in my opinion, if you give anybody a dirt bike or a four-wheeler, they'll enjoy it. But I've seen it super popular in Philly. That's a big thing down here. Like, I feel like for a while, everybody I knew had one. It was only till recently we got rid of them, but they're just so much fun. There's just less places to ride now because there's so many people moving here. I'd have to move again to get another dirt bike. But the dirt bike is fun. I highly recommend it, or a buggy, or a fucking go-kart. I don't even care, dude. Four-wheeler, dirt bike, doesn't matter, man. They're all fun. To be fair, do we all believe the reverse Kramer? I mean, to be fair, is it even believing at this point, though? It just kind of happens a lot, you know? I just see it as a constant at this point. I don't even see it as a belief or non-belief thing. Same thing for Nancy. It was a random weeknight, I think. Even funnier. Like, damn, these guys are really having a good time. It's real. Yeah, no, I don't even see it as like believing it or not believing it. Like, I genuinely just, it's a thing. Like, it's like the earth, you know? I think if you're someone who's like, I'm a flat earth believer, it's like, oh, okay, so you're just someone I'm going to never talk to again. Because that's not believing, you're just delusional. That's something you're so wrong about, it's like crazy. Like, that's what I see with Kramer. Like, it's not even like, for the longest time, I have not found it funny that it happened so much, you know? And then it got popular with like Nancy, and then ever since Nancy, it got really popular that like a lot of political accounts have been followed a lot more, which I think is a good thing. I think I don't think anybody who's a politician should be making millions of dollars like that. You can't go into your ceremony, your seminar, whatever you want, your committee, and be like, I hate war, and then go in there and invest in Raytheon. It's like, what? That doesn't make any sense to me. Like, you shouldn't be allowed to do that. There should be rules. But there aren't. And exactly, Pelosi is just a small whale. It's hilarious that, like, we bash Pelosi so hard because of the Nvidia stuff. But her trades are nowhere near as big as some of the ones that are being done by people who are still there. It's insane. Yeah, the whales of Congress. And it's on both sides. It's always funny. People are like, oh, it's probably Republicans, or oh, it's probably Democrats. Like, no, it's literally both. Like, both sides are completely destroying us. I saw a lot of people defend Dan Crenshaw, and I was like, hold up, bro. He's like one of the worst ones for this. If you look up Dan Crenshaw's like gains and stuff, it's like, bruh. Now, to be fair, he says that he believes in all the things he invests in, but it's still like, bruh, you're supposed to be making decisions for our country. Why are you doing this? Yeah, I don't like the political trading landscape. I think all of that needs to be shut down entirely. I don't think you should have the right to trade if you have access to information like that. Like, I'm sorry, you forfeited your right to invest if you're a politician. That's how I see it. I don't even see that as like a hot take. Texas, I get it, but in the concrete jungle. Kramer's pick was really good if it held for one day, but that's it. Basically, stocks and mentions will be pumped. Not sure if it's still true. I haven't done a true study myself, Dr. J, but just personal experience. I would say a lot of the initial Kramer plays do happen fast, but there is a pretty large number of them now that have happened over the longer period of time, where you could go back in time and you'll see he'll be like, buy Netflix, buy Meta. 3 months later, those are the most down stocks in the entire stock market. You know, it's like, so yeah, some of them are very quick, but there's also a lot of them that happen over the long term too, midterm, you could say. You know, there's some I've seen that have gone for 3 to 6 months because of, I wouldn't say because of Kramer, but I would definitely say it has an effect. Yeah, same with all insiders, Mike. I agree with you. I don't think there shouldn't even be insider trading rules, because insider trading should not exist to any extent. Why do we even have rules on this stuff? There shouldn't be rules. It shouldn't be a thing at all. If you're making decisions for this country, if you're making decisions for the largest companies in this country, you should forfeit your right to invest, because it's not impossible for you to see information, right? Like, I could use a really good example with Warren Buffett, but I can't really bash Warren Buffett because he does own his own stuff, and he has helped our country recover multiple times. So I really can't bash Warren Buffett, but he's a really good example of this with the Microsoft Activision deal. You know, you can legally inside trade all you want once you get to a certain level of money, and he's shown it time and time again, you know. As long as you blame it on your underling and say, yeah, somebody else that works for me did it, then you get away with it. That's all it is. That's all it comes down to. Someone else works for me, did it for me. That's it. Done. Now they're cleared. But I use Warren Buffett as an example because of his Activision trade deal. I mean, that was like the most non-Warren Buffett trade I've ever seen in my life. And then they come out and they're like, "Oh, well, actually, it was my younger guys doing it for me." And I was like, "Oh, okay, cool." How did they get this information though? They're not best friends with Bill Gates. Warren Buffett is. So clearly, Warren Buffett gave information to those younger guys, or someone did, and then they made I don't even remember how much it was. It was a lot. The Activision trade will never go away from my memory. That was the scammiest thing I think I've ever witnessed. And it was by someone I actually feel like I respect a ton. Like, I didn't really like Munger a lot, but I've always respected Buffett. He has a lot of really cool procedures, I guess you could say, you know? And I really do see him as like a pillar of like how mature trading should look for longer term, you know, the passive side of things. But it is crazy how he mixes in trades like that all the time and nobody says anything. Because Activision is just one example. I promise you, if I was to go look, I could find 10 more where it's the same setup. It's a company that he has no business knowing about. Then he makes a bunch of money off of it. Or a friend is part of the other company. It's like, how is that even fair? And it's not about being fair. It's just like, that's my point. Why is insider trading even a thing? It should be taken out entirely. There shouldn't be a set of rules for it. You can get away with insider trading all you want. It happens all the time right in front of our faces, and there's nothing you can do about it. You can complain all you want, but it doesn't do anything. So it's really not that crazy to think like the Kramers, the Pelosi's, they really are like the smaller fish in comparison to the people who are doing a lot of the bigger damage behind the scenes. But it's just those are the people we see. You know, we know Nancy Pelosi, we see Kramer. I mean, Kramer brings it on himself. Let's be honest here. Nancy Pelosi kind of brings it on herself too when she was getting the heat, you know. I mean, she still gets the heat, but it's not as bad now because she's not the face of, you know, every trade deal being done. So, it is crazy to think about, though. And I really don't have any skin in the game on that one either. It's really just respect. It's more like, I think it'd be cool if none of that existed and we could respect people like that, you know? Like Nancy Pelosi is a good example too, because she literally traveled to where the world makes most of its semiconductors, where the semiconductor companies are all making a lot of their products. Literally traveled there to stop China from invading. And then negotiated some stuff with factory deals and funding them with some stuff. And it's just like, she comes back and then 3 months later it comes out she made $12 million on one single NVIDIA position. It's like, how the hell is this getting by? She was the person, she was the hands-on, on-ground, boots-on-the-ground person for that deal. And she's making trades on it. Like, that's crazy. And that's, again, I'm really glad that somebody said it, but they're small potatoes. That is small potatoes compared to a lot of the other ones that have happened. That is small potatoes. Pelosi makes my skin crawl. The whole thing gets my skin crawling. These people are supposed to be making decisions for our country, but they're benefiting off of information you and me don't know because they're supposed to be using that to create better deals or to just have information on something. It's like, I just don't get it. I mean, I do get it. It comes down to money. We all know it's for making money. Insert Mr. Krabs money meme. Money. But, yeah, it's shitty. But it's a reality we gotta deal with. Well, Gary, not just her, but I don't know if it was her or not, but there were tons of Republicans and Democrats that were in Raytheon. What was the other one? It was LMT before they switched it, but They had all of these posted. Like they owned them for so long that they almost made us question, was there something happening? And then bam, invasion. Like, whoa. How'd they know that? How did every politician just suddenly get that right? Was it crazy to think Russia would invade Ukraine again? No, it's happened before. It'll probably happen again. But was it crazy for them to do it in that exact moment, at that exact time? Oh yeah, that's true, Dr. J. How many of their kids? I didn't even think about the kids thing. Nancy's husband operates financial leasing services. It's basically an investment banker. That's insane. On board of directors or selling art. Yeah. I know what you meant. Kind of just giving them a place to kind of fill in the shoes, but not actually doing anything. Yeah, that's crazy. I don't really know what would change that, honestly. It would take a lot. Not just like one event. It would take a lot of policies to change some of that. But I think insider trading needs to be combated more on a professional side, because it is actually insane to me how much that just goes under the radar. And it's not like it's under the radar. We all see it. It's just not talked about. And the little bit it is talked about gets thrown under the radar. Unusual whales. I know I don't recommend using it all the time, but I think it's pretty amazing. The reason I used to support them and probably still do to this day is just because of the stance they make openly on Twitter and the exposure they get for it. Right? They'll get millions of views. A stock page will get millions of views for calling out these people. I think that's amazing. I think it's wonderful that we have a public forum that calls out all these people. But what is the point of all of us calling them out if nothing's ever done from it, right? I mean, we're just yelling in the wind at this point, you know? It's not, I mean, yeah, it is hard to prosecute and prove, but some of it just needs to be common sense. I mean, come on. Some of it's like insanely common sense. Like Nancy Pelosi NVIDIA. She literally got yelled at while standing at a podium by reporters for her NVIDIA trades. If that's not the most open insider trading I've ever seen, I don't know what could be prosecuted and proven then. If that can't be, nothing can. It's impossible. There's no such thing as prosecuting and proving if she can do that. There's no such thing. They're not even trying to prosecute and prove. That's my point. We're not even trying. Because she literally stands up there, and there's no real questions being asked of her. It's NVIDIA, insider trade. I mean, they are bitching at this lady. And these are reporters that usually support her and are asking her really good, easy questions. But because of how open it was, and the openness of like, oh, we know Nancy Pelosi's going away any day now, it was inevitable. They let it loose. Those reporters are savages. But they were telling the truth right there in that moment. I mean, they probably don't ever any other day, but right there in that moment they were. And what did she do? She walked off the podium. Never once have we seen her in front of a camera yet again. That was the last time we saw Nancy Pelosi on camera. And then she stepped down. That's all that happened from that. So that means something was done behind closed doors. Why didn't we get an open investigation? Why didn't we get an open result posted to the public? Hey, y'all were right. She did take millions and millions and millions. And we're also going to take this to take investigations into other politicians. And that's exactly why it wasn't posted openly. Because if they investigate and openly throw her dirty laundry into the wind, now they have to do it for everybody else. Because Nancy was not alone in that, and she's not the worst at it. She was probably the most open with it, which I think makes it the worst, because that's kind of disrespectful to just, your average American. I mean, she's basically trading off of information you and me don't have, making money from it, and then laughing in our faces for it. That's crazy to me. And it's not just her. It is people on both sides of the aisle. But like I said, what's the point of calling them out on it if nothing gets done? All they did was tell her to step down. You want to know how many trades she's made since then? Many. She's made many trades since then. She did not stop. You think she got her information lines cut down? No. I'm sure she still gets steady flow of information for those trades. And I'm not against politicians having a lot of money. I like what you said here, Doc. I'm not against, like in Singapore, you said they pay them great, but they have severe corruption punishment. Like, that's probably how it should be. I don't see why our politicians shouldn't make a good amount of money. It's a very important position in our country. It's very stressful, I'm sure. But I think it should also be used to push them to actually do their damn job. I mean, 9 out of 10 of them just go up there to yell at random CEOs and yell at random people, and then that's all you hear from is a 2-hour-long video on YouTube, and that's all you see from them. That was their whole career. Like, what? But, and I like what Mike just said, too. I was literally just about to connect to this point because I don't want to make this like a complaining rant. It's not. Don't be a complainer. Be like Nancy Pelosi. Use the information you have in front of you. Right? He said 100% use it. The Nancy indicate there are pages all over the internet that are still under the radar because people still believe that, oh, I'll never make money if I go with Nancy's trades or I'll follow Kramer's trades. I'm not saying follow all of their trades, but if you're going to sit there and complain, it doesn't make any sense to complain because you can literally take the same trades they're taking. But that's a problem because it's not like any one president could go in there and fix anything. That's impossible. It's going to take a whole refresh of the system, but that's not going to happen. That's a dreamer's world. We are in the real world. Something to think about, though. And I guess I kind of just gave y'all a little bit more insight on like why I'm so neutral. Like, it's so hard for me to pick sides when it comes to red versus blue, you know, because it's not just red versus blue in my eyes. It's not. It also tears people apart. There's so many of you that I'm sure have seen this too, where people just, and you've probably done it before as well, any one of us. You treat people wrong because of what they believe in. Like, what? This guy voted for Trump, get a load of this guy. Or this guy voted for Biden, get a load of this guy. Like, how does that change your opinion of what that person is or does, though? That's what I don't get. And that's what you should think about every time you are in that kind of situation, you know? Someone's getting heated with you over the dumbest political conversation, just move on. It's not that important. You get caught in wanting to argue with someone over stuff like that, just move on. It's not important. You have no control over it. Move on. You're not going to change that person's mind. They're not going to change yours. It's okay. Most business people get into politics to further their business interactions. And that's how you should. You should use it for, like, gaining something in the world or knowing something, like learning something. Like, when Trump wins or Trump loses, what should our focus be on? What stocks are going to do the best and worst, not what he's eating for lunch or what he said at CNN at 12 o'clock or what he did about this or that. I want to know about his stance on this, and that, and that. And that's it. I don't want anything else. I don't care. Use it for information, like Mike just said. I like that a lot. You know, use it for what can I do with this, not how can I react to this and freak out like every other average person. Like, no, don't be like that. Arguing drains your mental capital. You are not wrong. It might even lean into making you have a less quality of an argument, too, because you're just so tired of arguing. You know, you're like, fuck. And then you just have the worst take ever. And you don't even mean it because you're just tired. You're mentally drained. Yeah, I see it a lot. And that's why I'm just pushing that out because I really want you guys to be open-minded, more neutral. I don't care who you vote for. I don't care what you believe in. I don't care if you believe in there being 60 different gods. I genuinely don't care. Because that's not what makes you in my eyes. Like, I don't hear you talk about that and be like, oh my god, that's like his whole world. That's all he knows. That's all he cares about. Like, no. bro's a race car driver. That's what he would be to me. I'm like, oh my god, he races cars? That's cool. This guy's a car guy. I wouldn't be like, oh my god, you believe in 62 different gods? That's crazy. Oh my god, you voted for the wig guy? I voted for the old guy. Like, you know, it's like, what does it matter? It doesn't. It's all information. A really good example, too, I think could also be Nancy Pelosi. You know, do you think if she was so caught up and pissed off at Trump that she would miss out on an NVIDIA trade? Fuck no. She took that to her advantage. She said, you know what? Be president. I'm going to buy up all the semiconductor stocks. So, in a weird way, Nancy Pelosi kind of the greatest example of that. I mean, she was the one person that showed the most visual frustration at Trump winning. And what did she do? She didn't let it end her life. She went and made more trades. Made more money. I mean, screw Nancy Pelosi, but she is a good example. I believe a cold beer would be nice about now. I agree. I didn't even realize we've been going for over 4 hours. But yeah, and sorry for ranting so long. I'm really not trying to. I really want to push that point home, that I really want everybody in here just to be focused on what's important, because it is so easy to get caught up in what's not because of the world that we live in. It's what we're in. There's a lot of social media, there's a lot of inflow of news, a lot of inflow of opinions. And I just want to make sure everybody's calm in the head, at least, so you can make your own mistakes, make your own success, you know, and actually learn from it. Not stumble across a bunch of things and stumble and not really understand why, you know? That would suck. Not just being confused, but being confused and not even knowing what you did wrong. Or what had caused it. I think I'm going to go another 18 to 20 minutes or so. So if you guys have anything to say or ask or do, let it rip. And thank you all for being here. Thank you for your activity. Thank you for the likes. Thank you for your open-mindedness. Again, I'm not really trying to like make anybody believe in anything. I just want everybody to be calm. Focus on the right things. Focus on you. Focus on what you're trying to trade, what you're trying to do. I find it's really easy to stumble when you let go of all the things you're focused on. But as soon as you grip onto the begin, you get this like sigh of relief because you're like, oh, that's what it's like to take a good trade, or that's what it's like to take a real trade. You know, it's like you get this sigh of relief because you're actually focused on what's important. It's not like, fuck, why did I do that? And I definitely remember some of the cooler points made in today's stream, besides all the ranting, of course. The long-term conversations were really cool in here earlier, kind of talking about the boring picks. You know, I think that was really cool. And then, of course, probably the first hour and a half of stream was a little bit more focused. But yeah. Only the cool ones know Wacko. Wacko Jacko. Did he change his name? Oh, yeah, okay. I thought he was just Jacko for a second. I was like, no. He would never. Not in a million years. He told me he wouldn't. Yeah, Jacko's cool, man. It's cool seeing him kind of have his... He's had his own business now for a very long time now. To some of us, it might feel like it just happened not even that long ago, but it's really been a while now. Matty Ice, man. I'm proud of you, man. The daily 200 SMA is acting as support today on SPY. 574 being tested yet again. Good updates by you guys, Doctor and Mike. Doctor. Update from me still got my eyes hated on. Still blinking at the world with pure hate. Let's not talk about clean energy until 2030. Starting now. Yeah, it doesn't look good. It's okay though. I'm not gonna sit here and act like all my stock picks are fucking genius. Energy transfer, Palantir. I always talk about my winners, but that is definitely a loser so far. CL and E. I've had plenty of people call me out on my losses though, and I do not hide from them. It's not like I'm hiding from them. I just don't sit there and marry my losses. You know, I move on. Like you said, like, let's not talk about it till 2030. Like, I just don't see the point in talking about it. We know what happened. Moving on. Starting now. Yeah, right now. What's up, man? Yo, from Africa. What broker and instrument is this? This is... I almost called it TD Ameritrade. This is Think or Swim by Charles Schwab. And I'm not trading into any instruments right now, but we trade in shares and options. I'm just watching right now, enjoying my stream, enjoying my chat. We're kind of closer to the end of this stream, so I was just kind of reading. Are you actually from Africa, or are you just saying that? Like in Africa right here, right now, or from Africa at one point in your life? I've had one trader from Africa in here before. I'm back from physical therapy. What was your physical therapy for again? I feel like I'm mixing you and Tommy or Timmy. No Forex here. I mean, you can trade Forex here. You're not going to see me complain. Just don't come into my chat and start trading some random strategy I've never heard of. Oh, that's right. That's right, Alice. That's right. That's right. You and that bear got in that fight, and you had to knock out that bear. Kind of sucks when you knocked him out, too. You popped your shoulder out of place so hard that you needed surgery. Like, I was like, damn, man, you must have punched that bear hard. Bro's basically an anime character. I hate you, Ace. I hate everything about you, Ace. Ace is so aware of my hate towards him. One day he asked me when I wasn't streaming. I mean, there's one day, man, where I just got to bring Ace in here. Ace is one of the funniest people I love to talk to. I love talking to Ace. But he was straight up like, Bueller, I can tell when you ignore my comments. I can tell because you read the one above it and then you read the one below it. He doesn't talk like that. I'm just making fun of him. I love Ace. We talking about Bear the animal or... Yeah, the animal. Don't buy puts. We're talking about the time Alst killed a bear. Because he was saving a village of children from being burnt down. And the bear was attacking and causing the fires. Yeah, very smart bear. Alst fought it off, saved the children, saved the day. Didn't even get a Medal of Honor for it. It's crazy. South Africa, to be exact. It's 8:45 at night right now. Okay, the guy I used to know was also from South Africa. That's why I was curious. But nice to meet you. NGCE Bovisionless. Good to see you, though. Glad to have you in here. I yelled this one's for Josh before popping him in the mouth. Hold up. You just reminded me of a meme. Oh, you know what meme you reminded me of? It wasn't a bear. As soon as I show you, you're gonna know what I mean. Do you remember when the kangaroo got a hold of that dog and then that guy went and punched it? That's how I envision you. And then the kangaroo was all like, what the hell? That's what you reminded me of. Are chips dragging us? Let's see. Let me check the sector first. They are definitely not helping. Discretionary's trying. Banks aren't helping either. Oh, healthcare slipped a lot more. I didn't even notice that. Yeah, healthcare slipped a lot more, and they are pretty heavy right now. And then I would say on top of that, what Mike said. Our techs just aren't helping us. Discretionary and comms are basically grinding on their own. Small caps aren't doing anything. So yeah, good update. That is a good update. I would definitely say that's a fair evaluation of what's happening. Wait, that is the funniest video ever. Yeah, that one's hilarious. That kangaroo was like, did you just hit me? The kangaroo, I don't know if it was in Australia or where this was, but a kangaroo had a grip around the dog, Maddie. And it would have died if it didn't have that collar protecting it. It had a protective collar, so claws can't, like, cut the dog's throat open. Yeah, let me find it, actually. Dr. J's right. It is worth finding. Kangaroo gets punched. Is this it? Yeah, this is it. Bro, this is a whole 2 minutes. Okay, so he, like, spots it. So that's the collar I'm talking about. Like, he would have ripped that dog. It killed that dog, no problem. And he's just holding him in place there. That dog must have zero idea what's going on. It's like, what the hell is this holding me? And then homeboy comes up. Gets the dog freed. This dude squares up. Look at homeboy. He is ready to fight Mike Tyson. Bam! Bro's like, what the hell? That was it. Oh, they got it in slow motion? Bam! Yo, whoever edited this video needs to be paid. How does this have 67,000 dislikes? Oh, animals activists probably. Wait. Whoa, 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 whoa. God, I hate YouTube. Wait. You're telling me this isn't just a normal hunting trip. You're telling me they took someone that is terminally ill on their last hunt. All they wanted to do was catch a 200-pound wild boar with his dogs. I didn't even know the context behind that clip. That's crazier. I bet most people didn't read this. Wait, is the guy the terminally ill guy? Because that would be even tougher. He's like, I'm about to go out, but I'm taking this kangaroo down with me. It is the owner. That is the guy. That's the guy that's terminally ill. That's the owner. We laughed at the absurdity of the situation and at how fortunate it was that the dog and the kangaroo, our 6'7" friend. Oh, maybe it wasn't the owner. Maybe it was their friend. Okay. I was gonna say this is like kind of a tall ass guy. Like in the video, it doesn't do any like justice, but that guy is 6'7", or that's 6'7". Either way, this guy's tall. Damn, look at the way his hand snaps back off of his face. Right there. Oh, he got a knuckle full, dude. He actually hit that thing. Oh, my bad, Alice. Yeah, there's a close-up image, and its claws are huge. It's like, it's huge. Like, bro needed a trim. Yeah, for real. I would have probably done the same thing. That would have been like a natural... I actually think most humans would have reacted that way. Like, any other situation, be like, I'm not walking up to that kangaroo, but it's like, bro, it's got my dog. Like, I'm probably not even thinking twice. I'm going up and I'm punching that thing like it's a movie. Protect the dog at all costs, know what I mean? That would be a cool way to go, though. Exactly. Like, if you're terminally ill and you end up going out fighting a kangaroo, you might be God's chosen warrior. Boxing deer? Wait, there were deer boxing? This went from, do we have any questions left, to let's watch animals fight. Oh, I have seen this. I literally typed it and the main one popped up. Never mind, I have seen this. If it's this one you're talking about. No, this one's crazy because, like, let's just take a second to respect how big these are. I mean, these aren't... Nah, fuck that. What's the point of hitting each other like that when you got these big-ass cool horns? What the fuck? My stream gets taken down for animal brutality. You know what's crazy? This is the front of someone's house. That's someone taking their trash out. That's recycling. That's their driveway. Tree. There's probably a guy standing in front of his house taking this video. Bro woke up and got a free UFC card in his front lawn. Dude, I've been thinking that too, Alst. I'm thinking how much that's gotta hurt. Multiple times, bro. And they don't stop. A dude fighting a deer in a house? Hits bong. Deer fight on neighborhood in wait. Oh. It's not what I was looking for. Oh, you might have to link that one to me. I've seen the one where like a deer or like or an elk or something like runs through the house and then runs back out. Animal spirits in the market. So this is actually a good review of how price action works. Dude, I gotta check my backyard every time I let my dog out for deer just laying out there. Oh, I didn't even think about that. You do live out there in the wild. Antlers can get locked together, causing the deer to starve to death. Wait, are you telling me that's happened to deer so much over time that they've slowly learned that? So they just don't fight with their antlers because they'll end up getting caught and then die because they can't get out and they both starve? That's crazy. If that isn't like... That's got to be the most natural selection thing I've ever heard. Power hour. Here in about 25 seconds. Good mention by Mike. Man, talk about animal adapting to that. That's just... that's a crazy thing to adapt to. A deer dad telling his son, dude, don't fight with your antlers. It doesn't matter how cool it looks. You will die. I'll win, Dad. No, no, no. You don't get it. You'll get stuck and you'll freaking starve. Possible they still spar with antlers? Man, that is crazy to think about. My brain went straight to, wait, are you telling me that this happens so much? They actually learned how to do that over time because of, like, you know, natural selection, just learning that over time. But that would take a lot of time. That's a lot of innocent deer. Are they innocent, though? Dog just blind chases them down the road. What's your dog's name, Jack? Wasn't it like an Avenger's name or something? Or a girl's name? Healthcare is almost down to its monthly control point? What a visual to put into my head. I mean, I knew they were down a little bit, but damn. Thor, there you go. Yeah, I was saying, I literally said, isn't your dog's name like an Avenger or something? His dog's name is Thor. I got it. I got it as I said the Avengers. There's like 10 of them. I got it. First try. Lag to Death said mine's also named Thor, but he's cuter. Ah. Y'all are gonna have to send pics in the pets chat for comparisons here. Which animal further looks like a Thor? Quick question. Who is everyone's favorite Avenger? Or which Avenger do you not like at all? You can say one or the other. Or both. Spider-Man is your favorite? Valid. Yeah, I can't really down anybody who says Spider-Man. Oh, he's also fun to play with in Marvel Rivals. This man just said Batman. Bro, the Spider-Man games alone are so sick, comparable. Yeah, I feel like the only two superhero games that are actually playable are those two. Just in general. Not counting Rivals, of course. Man, instead of killing Thanos, they should have made him an Avenger, man. That's crazy. Yo, thank you guys for almost 40 likes on today's stream. A lot of goofing around in today's stream, but it did start with a lot of mature updates, call-outs, stuff like that. This is just how it is now because of the kind of market we're in. But this was actually highly anticipated and covered in today's stream. We didn't sit here and think that we were going to have a 2% day again. If anything, I was sitting here trying to bore y'all because I really thought we were just going to sit between these two levels, and I was right to think so because we are just still between 570, 370, 576. I think even at one point in the stream I even said it's not that crazy that we could have just about $1.50 or $2 range and then stick in between, and here we are. About $1.50 or so. A little more than that. And it's, again, just using that bigger time frame context. It's so many people in here, so many amazing people in here dropped updates too to tell us, hey, zoom out, check the hourly, check this, check the daily. There's so many people in here reminding me. The ATR is 969. Today's range is 272. Well, you gotta, I think that also counts up and down though. So technically today has moved a lot more than $2-3. They've moved a lot more than that. If you combine your up and down, that's actually a lot. It's just not in a single direction is the thing. But yeah, that is kind of funny. ATR 969, today's range 272. That's crazy. Yeah, I mean, I don't like to come into the stream and start saying stuff like that because I feel like it makes people think like, oh, he's just saying that to keep us safe. Like, no, I'm saying it because I think that's what's going to happen. Fuck your safety. Just think that's what's going to happen. Tomorrow, we could get a day like this, but it could be higher or lower open. And I think that will dictate direction by itself, having that higher or lower open. But I think tomorrow we're in store for another kind of feeler type day where we might have a breakout, we might have a breakdown. But I just don't think we're going anywhere far yet. And it's not because of like waiting for news or anything. I think this is just still digesting. I mean, we got our higher opens multiple times in a row, continuations as well. Boo, I want volume. By the way, I did go back into the stream yesterday to hear that low volume, and it's so weird, man. On my iPad and on my desktop, I can hear it just fine. And then when I went to the part where I increased my volume, it did get louder. I'm not saying it didn't change. It did get a lot louder, but it was just weird. Like, you could still hear what I was saying, but it was quiet. Of course, my brain goes straight to thinking the worst, though. I was thinking y'all couldn't hear me at all. But I did go back and I had to listen to that because I thought that was funny. Because I was so quiet, and then I set it back, and the next thing you know, I'm loud as hell. Make sure you guys stand up if you've been in my stream for a while. We've been here for almost 5 hours now. Make sure to stand up, walk around for a few minutes, go get you a water, something, a little something, something. Get the blood flowing. It's not good to just sit there. Deadpool. I'm honestly just glad none of you came out and were like, my favorite Avengers, what's her name? What's that chick who's like super OP? Mrs. Marvel or something like that? Captain Marvel? She's OP. Like, you might as well just... They basically made Marvel Superman. You gotta have your mic like Eric Mays. Wolverine. Okay, I guess I should have just asked favorite superheroes, not Avengers. Wolverine's not a bad choice. Deadpool's not a bad choice. Those actually might be the most base choices there is. Everything else probably comes second. I think Deadpool's definitely up there, though, because if you ever watch any of the movies, not many characters break that what is it called? The third wall, the fourth wall? What is it called when you, like, you talk to the camera kind of conversation, or you talk to the audience kind of conversation, even though you're not supposed to know that well in the movie? He does that a lot, and that's honestly so cool. DC Shazam? No, yeah, true, T-Bone. I didn't know what era you guys were talking about, so I wanted to make sure it was made more sense. Wait, what was this one you said? DC what? DC Shazam? Am I dumb? Oh, Shazam, this dude. I kind of forgot about this guy. He does have a super memorable, like his cape and the lightning bolt on the front. It's super memorable. Is that like the Shaq movie? No, I like when movies do that. Not like super obvious ones. When it's like obvious, like looking at the camera and like, you know, you could tell they're setting it up for it. But when it's like Deadpool, where it's like it's not as obvious, it's kind of badass. There's just one murder film that does it from way back in the day, and like the killer looks into the camera and makes it like he's like, keep watching. Like it's like whoa, like they kind of made you like freak out for a second. It's like why is he talking to us? But like the whole movie, he had just been it was just focused on the movie. Those are the trippy ones when you're not ready for it. Speaking of trippy, I needed another mindfuck show, like a show that's gonna make me just lose my mind. The one on Netflix is so good. Three Body Problem. I need a show like that. I need another show like that that just blows my mind. Shaq is a Mandela effect? Wait, I need to hear this one. How is Shaq a Mandela effect? Tell me how he's like that peanut butter. Rock of Love. I didn't even answer that question. I don't know what mine would be. I never had a favorite hero. What is everyone's favorite Batman? Do we like Bale Batman the most? Or are you guys not as based? Who doesn't think Bale is the best Batman? And if so, which Batman is best? In your eyes. Of course, there is no actual best. It's all opinionated. Which Batman was the best Batman? Any answer but Bale is wrong in my eyes, but to each his own. George Clooney. Supposedly he was Shazam in a movie, I believe. No proof of it. What? That'd be crazy. The most recent Batman has been your favorite? That's Robert Pattinson. Pattinson. I don't even know his name. The vampire guy. I will say this: when they said there was more Batman coming, I was like, great, this is gonna suck. But when they chose him, I was like, okay, there's a chance. Cause like he's already kind of like that vibe of a character, so it's not like the end of the world, but it's still just like Jesus Christ. Let's do 80 more Batman remakes and variants. Let's remake Batman's image every 5 years. Oh, you're saying the Shaq Kazam movie from the 90s is Mandela effect. Okay, I see what you're saying now. I was like, what do you mean Shaq is a Mandela effect? Like his existence? Nah, bro, definitely played basketball. I definitely don't contend that memory. The Kazam one, though, okay, I could kind of see that one. They're continuing the Daredevil series that was on Netflix on Disney now. Are they going to use the same guy or a different guy? I never finished that, so if he dies, I just have no memory of it. I won't lie, that guy did pretty good with it. Same people? Okay, good. Yeah, he was a good Daredevil. It's pretty hard to play a blind guy who's like
not actually blind. While also being able to like pretend you have like this oversensory of like other senses, you know? Kazam, not Shazam. The series is pretty good. Yeah, it is really good. I do need to watch Punisher though. I grew up watching like that one movie of the original actor, and then there was like another set of movies that came out, and I never watched those. And then the show came out with the guy who plays in The Walking Dead. I think his name was like Shane in The Walking Dead. That guy. I bet it's pretty good because that guy looks like he would be a pretty good Punisher. I also saw a funny clip that was like, it was him. I'm sure you've seen it, but it's him like at a grocery store or something, and it was like, or no, he was at a comic store, and basically he told somebody what he was doing, and they were like, "Don't fuck this up." Like a random comic seller showed him all the comics he had to read, and then was like, "Do not mess this up." It's like, damn. I've not watched Narcos yet, no, but I have heard it's really, really, really good. 10 out of 10. I have it in my watch list though, but I've not watched it yet. It is on my radar though. They're doing a one-off with it? Okay, good. They should, honestly. It's not like a idea you should completely abuse, but they should definitely do one more. But yeah, plus that one scene when he's like in that chair and he's like freaking out. He's like, "Wait, wait, 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 wait." Like that's just like that's crazy. That's crazy level of acting. I don't think it was until he did that movie with Brad Pitt and the guy from what's Sam Witwiki's name in real life? Shia LaBeouf. Just do it. That guy. I swear it wasn't until he acted with those guys that he like opened up more as like an actually good actor, like individually good. Because the things that are talked about in the behind the scenes of that one movie where they're in the tank is crazy. Like not just the things Shia LaBeouf did, but the things they did as a crew to like make sure that they actually felt like a real World War II tank crew, like not showering, cutting yourself, like stuff like that. But then on top of that, like as a group, they would do that stuff. And I swear, ever since then, that guy that was in that movie, I swear he just acts way better now. It's like he applies himself more into the role. Look at us with movie reviews. Yeah, I'm gonna end the stream here in a few more minutes. If you guys have any questions, let me know. I'll wait and see if anybody says anything or asks anything. But yeah, definitely leave a like on the stream. It helps out a ton. I say that, I really don't know how much it helps. Yeah, John Bernthal. I need to quit calling him Shane. There you go. He'll never not be Shane to me. He played that role so damn good. What's another good show or movie I need to watch that's just like so big but I've just not seen it? What's a big one? Oh, Ozark. I haven't seen Ozark yet. That would probably piss some of you off. I do have it. It's in my very close next to watch. But I'm watching One Piece right now. And then Better Call Saul. I think those are the two biggest shows I've not seen yet.
Bear? I'll have to check that out. Let me look it up. The Bear, the show about Al's fight. Yeah, I need a documentary on that. I need a documentary on the punch of Alst. At the very beginning of the show, it says animals were harmed in the making of this, and it's just the one bear he punches. What is your take on the new series called Adolescence on Netflix? It's based on a real life in England by black kid, but in Netflix it's portrayed by a... Oh, you're saying it's a black kid, but in Netflix it's portrayed by a white kid. I don't know. The internet will blow up every time Mermaid changes races. Why aren't they blowing up on that? Is the internet racist? Question mark. Let me look up this show. I've never heard of it. I just thought that was like a funny, like, hypocrisy of the internet, because normally it's like a white person going to the other way, but this one was the other way around. Why isn't the internet blowing up about this? It seems to be their most watched limited series in their first 24 hours, which is, why have I never heard of this show? Has anyone heard of Adolescent? How has no one here heard of this show? I haven't heard of this, but it's apparently their most watched show in 24 hours? What did I just read? Adolescence becomes Netflix's most watched limited series in first 2 weeks. Oh, 2 weeks, never mind. Still, though. And it's the number 2 most watched TV series with 6.4 million views. 2 weeks, 66.3 million views. Why have I never heard of this? Yo, what's up, Moody Rowe? I can tell you're a man of culture, or woman of culture. I'm not gender guessing here, but you're clearly someone of culture. Can someone tell me when the last episode of Solo Leveling comes out for season 2 so I can start season 2? It's black kid kills someone, but showed white kid kill someone in series. Huh. They only change race if it's a redhead. I mean, that's how it should be. Gingers don't exist, dude. I could also read it, T-Bone. I could. But the graphics won't be as cool in my head. Actually, I don't know. I have a pretty creative imagination. I bet I could do some damage. I've never read a manga before. I've always heard it's amazing, but I've watched so much anime. Have you watched School Spirits? Oh god. School Spirits. Am I tripping, or does this look like a Walmart version of Euphoria? Am I tripping? Is School Spirits just like Euphoria? Maddie is a teen girl stuck in the afterlife. Oh, never mind. This is nothing like Euphoria. Sorry. I'm not even done with the first sentence and I figured it. Maddie is a teen girl stuck in the afterlife. That part already got me. Investigating her own mysterious disappearance. She goes on a crime-solving journey as she adjusts to school in the afterlife. Wait, why? You're dead. Why would you keep going to school? But the closer she gets to the truth, the more secrets and lies she discovers. It was probably a boyfriend. Wait, Gary, please answer that for me. Like, spoil that for me all you want. Why is she still going to school if she's dead? Is there an afterlife school? You're telling me there's more? There's some things they skip out in the manga.
from the anime and vice versa. Yeah, I've heard it way more. I've heard that there's way more in the manga than in the anime. But then there's like some visual things they can't really do that's in the manga that they can only really portray in the anime, which I guess makes sense. It's like a creative limit for both of them. You can only do so much with either of them. I guess it makes sense. But yeah, I need to try that. I'm watching One Piece right now, and then I will get to Solo Leveling after, or whenever the season 2's done. Then I'll just watch it in one weekend or one day. We all watch Secret Level or Love, Death, and Robots. I don't know what Secret Level is, but I have seen Love, Death, and Robots. I just got past the time skip. T-Bone. Just got past the time skip, so they finished the war. Bro learned hockey, and they got new outfits. But I'm right there. I just got there. I've been grinding the past few weeks. The Spy, pretty cool. Oh, pretty cool series. You're saying The Spy. I think I've seen that actually. Did you watch the live action One Piece or Avatar? Wait, what? Did you watch the live action One Piece or Avatar? Wait, what do you mean by Avatar? But no, I have not seen the live action One Piece one yet. I didn't want to watch it yet because I'm someone who like gets onto something and then has to go through it until they finish it. Like I'm really invested into what I watch. Like there's a few shows that y'all have given me from here in movies, and I do not move on to the next one until I finish it. Like I'll just be like, no, I gotta finish this first, and I'll watch it. You know, I can't skip and watch multiple things at once. Maybe Solo Leveling I could do because it's so small and so good, but. Going to same school, I think a few of her friends can see her. It wasn't her boyfriend. She's stuck there until she solves her murder. Fuck. That sucks. Dude, Beetlejuice had it good compared to that girl. Beetlejuice. I shed a tear for Ace and Whitebeard. Dude, I was shedding tears when Nami was asking for help on like episode 40, dude. Like I'm so invested into One Piece, it's crazy. My brother is like up to the current episodes. He's like way more invested than me, and he put me onto it because I've watched so many other animes, but I've never started One Piece because it was so big. And he was like, yeah, you should just start it. and I told him, I was like 30 40 episodes in, I was like, dude, I really like this. And he's like, wait, really? He's like, if you like this, you're really gonna like it, because he's like, this is shit compared to what it is later on, and like blah blah blah, or not, not bad, but he's just like, it's basic compared to what happens later on. Yeah, I'm not gonna lie, I'm pretty hooked. I even watched like all the there is one big difference between One Piece and literally every other anime in existence though, and it's filler. It's that One Piece doesn't really have any. And when it does, it's like you almost want to watch it because it's an optional thing, It's like, fuck it, I'll watch it. These never happen, and it's a weird feeling as a viewer because you're like, you're actually watching I haven't once looked up a single list of like, what filler episodes are there or filler arcs and blah blah. That's not really a thing in this anime, and when it is, it's like 2 episodes, so it's like, fuck it, I'll watch it. But yeah, really, really cool though. Definitely been enjoying it. I'll let you know when I get up to date or whatever. I can't really say finish, but when I get up to date. But yeah. But I'm already hooked on like this super basic stuff, so I'm not even tripping. It's actually really relaxing. It's kind of nice when you get on just you watching something you really enjoy and you have a lot of it left. And that's kind of where I'm at. Not even at a halfway point of a show that's not even, of an anime that's not even done yet.
With over 1,100 episodes, watching the entire One Piece anime would take approximately 400 to 440 hours, or approximately 17 to 18 days straight, assuring each episode is about... Yeah, they're really short episodes, but there's so many of them. But it's weird because every anime will have, like, main storyline, filler, main storyline, sprinkle filler in it, filler, main storyline, to kind of, like, keep you on your toes. But this one, it's like, nah, they're adventure after adventure after adventure, arc after arc. Like, you're learning something about someone each and every episode. It's not like it's not a waste of time. It's actually insane. Each time I click on it, I'm like, dude, this is insane. Makes no sense to me. But yeah, it just shows how good that show. I could see the addiction and the rave behind One Piece now. I definitely see it. It's definitely justified. Yeah, Oda. Oda's a goat. That name is basically inscribed into my head now. Just looked at Netflix, nice chart. Dude, I fucking love the Netflix chart. As you can see with my many levels on it. I got fibs on fibs for this chart. I love charting Netflix. Meta too, man. They get... Or, wrong one. Meta too, they get a lot of movement. Like, the comm sector, man. I mean, you saw it today especially, but just in general, they move a lot. And they can be a little pricey, but... man, the movement is so justified. Like, you actually get a lot of big days. Whereas, like, on some charts, it's kind of rare. You don't get those big days all the time, even with the market. That's pretty cool though, T-Bone. That you're up to date and stuff on that. I will get there one day, man. I'll make you proud. That was my big thing with Naruto though, and Naruto Shippuden is like, when you get to the end of it, if you actually sit there and think about it, you could sit there and actually remember, like, oh wow, I actually do know like plus 100 people, like you know over 100 people, with their backstories, you know, things about them. Like it's crazy how in depth it gets by the end of it, is what I'm saying. And like I can already see the effect of that on One Piece. It's like, holy shit. Yeah, he does, dude. There's like, I've already saw it in like in the Marineford War, but it was crazy how many people I saw brought back from like way earlier parts of the anime. I'm like, whoa! I'm like, the smoke guy's here, this guy's here, this guy's here. Like everyone that you see in the entire first 500 episodes are in that war, if they're not already dead. And it was like, wow. It was actually kind of cool. It wasn't overwhelming at all. Because it was like, oh, these guys are these guys, and these guys are these guys. Like, nah, pretty trippy. Falling wedge breakout. What are we looking at? Dom? Event trading? Like trading events on the market? Or what? Oh, on Spy. My bad, Dom. I was on Netflix, so when I said that, I thought that's why you said that. My bad. Potential. You know I don't like those terms. But what you're looking at, yes. You got a low, you have a higher low. But just to feed the geese here a little bit, you would be correct. I'll play ball. I know the chart patterns, I just don't like them. What's up, Dividend Bull? Did you just wake up? Cutie Pie? GM had a good day? Man, for a second, I thought you were saying good morning to me. Like, what? Looks like betting on point spread in market. Something new on Weeble, I guess. betting on the point spread. What, like on the market maker move? What do you mean the point spread? Damn, GM chart actually doesn't look so ugly, does it? I mean, I hate this chart overall, but I mean, if you were just looking like right here, man, that is clean. Beautiful. It's kind of crazy. SPY's only down 9 cents from the open right now, too. I mean, not from the open. Sorry, that was not accurate at all. that we're only down 9 cents. We're up 15 now. But like we're flat in comparison to yesterday's close. Like we haven't really gone anywhere. It's kind of what we expected. Not a drop instantly, but just getting that day of down, up, you know. And we did get it. So tomorrow, it definitely increases our chances of having some more movement. But we're not going to sit here and, you know, pretend that we didn't just fall and recover a little too quick. I think it's safe to assume that more sideways is needed. But that doesn't mean that we're not going to get movement, guys. When I say sideways, I don't mean like, oh, we're going to stick between these two levels right here for 3 months. Nope. I'm saying we're going to get a lot of up and down. But it's going to be between two notable levels. Now, what those are, we don't know yet. We might know the low, because we've seen the low potentially made. Let me go to a better chart that can be looked at. And there's a chance that we know, we talked about this earlier, the 50% of this whole drop is about like right here, I think. Let me get the fib. Yeah, it's like right under that level. So, essentially saying we should get range trading between here and the low and this, the top of this, for however amount of time is needed. But as you can see, I'm talking about a $31 range. It's not anything small, so we're going to get plenty of movement still. I'm just pointing out that now that we have had a notable amount of movement to the downside, we've started to have a significant enough movement to the upside to where you could actually say more selling might not happen for a while. It might actually slow things down. And not to say it can't. Not to say it can't. We definitely could sell off more. 550 could just be a slow starting level before we sell off more. But in case it is, it's just a good thing to think about. If this is where we're going to hold for a while, where are we going to range trade? Between here and here. So now you have kind of a general idea of what we're looking at. So now you can give yourself a little bit of a grip on the chart. Now you understand, okay, well, we're kind of near where we think the current ceiling is. So should we just keep buying longs over and over and over and over again? No. Now, I mean, we could gap up tomorrow and pump into this level, but let's take that risk into the next day, not overnight, where we don't know it's going to do that, right? We have a gapped up small body candle. This could be seen as overbought, and it honestly is a good potentially overbought candle. But yeah, but let me know if that makes sense. Drop me a thumbs up in the chat or something to show me. Wait, what? This is something set by them, Linwood? This is set by Weeble? Like this post here? So I couldn't adjust that number? What's the point of predicting? Shouldn't you be able to adjust your prediction? And bet based off of that? Damn, Weeble took this idea from a smaller app. I forgot the app that already does this, but there's already an app that is literally meant for this, for predictions and basically gambling, but it's not anything connected. It's just for fun. But it's not that popular, and I saw a few people a year or so ago try it out on X, and it was pretty big for a little bit, but then it instantly went away. Fuck, which one's Rob, bro? Is he Tom and Jerry? Okay, he is. My bad. Rig Dividend. I almost called you like the 8 different names I know you by now. I just almost said your real name, your alias, and your other alias all in one. Oh, you put the question because it isn't doing it yet. Oh, the previous day. Yes. You have an inside. Yeah, you're right. If that's what you're meaning. Mike, I love that you answered it instantly too. UPSD looking interesting. Where's Leland at? On the beach somewhere. Living his best life. UPST is looking interesting, Mike. Yo, are you really in UPS? What contracts are you in? I mean, actually, let me just go find it. If you posted it in YouTube chat, I am GG though. Please tell me you did this in Discord so I can find it. I want to find it because I actually think this is a genius idea. Oh, I forgot we did a poll. How's everyone's day? 69% of you perfectly on green. Please tell me that wasn't orchestrated. 6% red, 25% no trade / flat. And we did break 40 likes. You guys are awesome. Okay, Mike, I think you did post this on Discord. So I should be able to find it. Last time it dipped to 109 executive bot calls. Is that true? That's crazy. Oh, I was about to go to the wrong website for that. I don't know why I was thinking shares. I went to I instantly went to Datarama. I do want to see that still though. UPS over the last 2 years. Okay, so there's been 5 insanely large purchases or sells in the last 2 years from insiders. So let's see. The last time someone bought, it was at way higher prices than it is now. It was at 128. Damn. This doesn't show everything I need to see, though. This only shows a limited amount. I honestly need to quit checking this site. It's so limited. Crypto app has that same system, too. I think it's a genius idea. I'm not even hating on it. I just think it's a really bad idea if you can't adjust the number that you're predicting on. If you can only predict on just random templates they're giving you, I think that's kind of fucked up. Because it's like, where are they getting that from? All right, I guess I'm streaming to close. I don't know why I kept saying I'm gonna end it here soon, and then I just kept going. Y'all kept typing. It's not my fault. Y'all made it enjoyable. Damn it. 113.44. No, you're good. I just wanted to know. I didn't mean to pressure you like give me your play, bro. I actually want to watch that with you because I kind of like that it's in between earnings right now, and it looks like this. I just also don't understand how UPS is $110 right now. Like, I'm not even trying to be that guy, but how is it 110? Like, that's just wild to me. Like, saying that out loud, like you saying it's at its 52-week low, that's crazy to hear out loud. Do I think they should be at all-time highs? No. Do I think they should be at their 52-week low? Definitely no. Pre-COVID, yeah, that's crazy, man. Pre-COVID levels is insane. Bro, BA isn't even... actually, BA's mixed. No, that one's interesting. Any thoughts on DG? Actually, I need to pay attention to that more because I was paying attention to it before I took my little break. I kept all your other tickers there too. But in short, I knew this was coming, this like drop. I just didn't know how far we would fall. And now that we're at 60s, it was kind of like, what? Like, I didn't think we'd go that far. But I knew we would go pretty far down because the reason they fell from down here because of restructuring plans. And if you know anything about the word restructuring, you know that that's basically a almost fatal bullet wound, right? So you might almost bleed out from it, but you're going to survive. But that's what happens to the chart. It almost bled all the way out. And yeah, it's probably going to survive its Dollar General, but they are remaking a lot of their stores. They took a lot of them down, refixed them. They replaced a lot of them. This is the same thing happening to Dollar Tree right now as well. They're pretty much restructuring their company, as well as their actual brick and mortar store that you go into. So it's not just like one or two. It's literally everything. So I think there could be more blood. There needs to be some more upside, in my opinion, before more blood. But I don't think you're crazy for owning it at these prices. But you just got to keep that in mind, restructuring. So if you do any like if you do any big like equity buys with these, I would definitely not go full on yet. I would divvy up your buys if you're gonna buy shares of these. I would definitely not full send. I would get maybe a third of whatever you're trying to spend now. See where it goes. If you do end up getting more of that upside, at least you're partially invested already. If you do end up getting more of that blood from that upside, which I think needs to happen, then you can get a better buy, and you're partially invested already. And then on the other side of things, if it just does fall just from here, you're not so invested that the other 2/3 of your position won't help you, and because it's a position you are betting on for the long term. So it would benefit you over the long term. It's just how long does that take? How long is long term, you know? That's the question with Dollar General and Dollar Tree right now. Is, yeah, they'll probably recover the same way Netflix and Meta did. Just because their drops remind me of those so much is why I say that. It has nothing to do with the companies themselves. But the restructuring as well is pretty similar. The charts are very similar. I think the recovery is going to be very similar. It's just going to be very slow. I think it works better in favor of Dollar General and Dollar Tree, though, because of one thing and one thing only, though. It's popularity. They're not celebrities. You know, Meta and Netflix, they're celebrities. Everybody knows Meta and Netflix. I don't know but 2 out of every 10 traders that know what Dollar General and Dollar Tree actually sell, or even a stock on the stock market, you know? So I think that is one thing that plays into their favor, is that not all eyes are on them. So they will have that chance to recover a little quicker than the ones where all eyes are on them, because it'll be a little more obvious. So there is one advantage to that. But yeah, DCA. Okay, yeah, dollar cost averaging. This is probably, yeah, that's probably these are probably the two charts you want to do that with. But I would wait a little bit to see. I don't know. You could do a Dollar General. I think I would wait on Dollar Tree is what I want, or what I want to see. But that's my general opinion on those, and I'm serious about that because I have heavily researched those back then, and I'm passionate about their recovery. I just don't think it's going to be fast. I think it's going to be slow, but I think they're genius charts to look at because of what I just explained, the whole popularity of the celebrity thing. Like, they don't recover as slow because they're not being watched as heavy, which doesn't make sense. But in long-term portfolio stocks, like when you're picking long-term picks, like that's what you want to see, because that means the good buyers are the healthy buyers. If you get any excess moves, fuck it, let the ugly buyers come in and buy whatever prices they want, but the good buyers are going to buy those better prices and let it shoot up over time. And I truly believe Dollar General and Dollar Tree are two of those in that kind of conversation, but I just think it's going to take really long. And I said that before too, because restructuring is such a damaging word, and it is good for the company's long term. It's just like I said, how long is long term? That could be 4 years, 5 years, 10 years, 1 year. You know, it could be different. Netflix and Meta. I'm genuinely serious. Like, study those charts. Those are beautiful examples of how something recovers after the word restructuring is basically showed, which that's not really why those fell, but they're perfect templates for that. IYT for transportation. It actually looks kind of bad. It needs consolidation, not really up or down. It needs consolidation. It's kind of like what I was saying with SPY, which actually I actually feel like SPY has had enough up and consolidation that it probably can come down a little bit and still look good. Like I said, though, we get a higher open. We could also just pump again tomorrow, so I don't want to ever cancel that out. You could get a $7-8 day tomorrow. But higher probability says we probably get kind of not an inside day, but a day that's probably within this day's high and this day's open. I could see us having a day that's stuck between that tomorrow. Outside of the obvious higher open, let's look for a pump. Lower open, let's look for a dump to this candle's halfway point. So that's probably my plan tomorrow, honestly. I'll probably just mark, today's high. I'll mark this day's open. I need to get this day's halfway point, which actually, I might leave that actually. Let's fix it a little bit though. Wait a minute. I'm blind. There we go. And then back to the daily, kind of remember what we were just saying. So yeah, higher probability says we probably have a day that's stuck between today's high and this day's halfway point. So between here and here. That's what our day tomorrow most likely looks like. And then I was saying, outside of the obvious, if we get a lower open, you could have a move that actually has a chance of taking that out. Or just wicking and then holding. So that could happen tomorrow. And then the other obvious, of course, the higher open. Either over that level or under, it doesn't matter as long as it's over the open and close of the meat of the candle. That's what we want. That is what gives us chances of reaching fib extension 1, fib extension 2, possibly even reaching, like I was saying, could have a $7-8 day. 580, 582 is in the conversation. Does that make sense to everybody, though? And could someone clip that really quick and put that in the chat? Because that is literally the plan for tomorrow. Not every day are we able to kind of come up with the plan before the day's even over or before the next day starts. But in this case, you can. It's pretty obvious. There's only a couple things we can really do here. But let me know your opinions, guys, on that game plan. What do you think I'm missing? Anything else we could add? Of course, if we have a higher and lower open, we can also adjust and have a overnight fib gap. But just from the gist of what we have now, this is what we are looking at for upside and downside. Yeah, let me know what y'all think. Wow, that just popped up. Target cut to 129 from 133 by B of A. Wow. Watch it pump off of that. Or a 5% lower open. And then it pulls up and closes flat. Alright, well, dividend got me. I'm going to end the poll. And pretty cool. Highlighted the message today. Pretty much right at the beginning of the stream, we talked about having a day that stuck between two levels that ended up happening between the two that we were mainly focused on. And it's kind of cool because the main post in the stream today that I pinned to the stream was Garden Trader saying, look at bearish candles near the highs and look at bullish candles near the lows. Just kind of understanding we might have that kind of day today. And it worked perfect. Right in our favor. And yeah, guys, go into the actual Discord and let us know how your day was in the polls. You can click good, bad, didn't trade, and it adds it all up for us. But yeah, let us know. And I'll sit here for another minute or two if we have any other questions or anything just to kind of add on to the end of the stream here. But someone, can you please clip the plan I just went over in the stream? So I can share it in the chat. I don't have to like cut up a video because it's honestly a lot longer and crazier process. If not, I can go back and clip it. You predicted 57.80 end of day. It may have. Hey, make sure to bet all your money on that on Webull, man. Make sure to bet, go hard on that. Bet on that close, man, every single day. No, I'm kidding. Don't do that. All right, well, too late. I'm now poor. My prediction was, my prediction was off by a hizzy, and now I'm broke. Now you gotta go work for Costco and make a glizzy. I am now poor. Alright, well, thank you guys for the stream. I honestly had no intention of going that long. I was literally trying to end that like an hour or two after. But I don't know. I don't know. I don't know what it was. The trading or like you guys, or maybe it was the mix of it all. That was fun though. Thank you. All this, holy crap, there's 168 clicks on today's stream. 43 likes, guys. Thank you. That is insane. Like, honestly, every time I get near 40, I always know, like, for my channel, that is a lot for a stream. So, seriously, thank you. That is honestly a lot. Vote in the polls channel. What else am I forgetting? If anybody is trying to get the course and you do not own it, you have to DM me for it. I do not post on Teachable anymore. They are a scam. Also, I wanted it on Discord on an extra private server so I could control like what's seen, but also for offline viewing. It was pretty insane to me how there wasn't really an offline viewing option. When I find that pretty important because there's I'm not, I mean, I'm sure there's people who aren't going on camping trips and then like, all right, time to study the course, but like there's going to be times where you don't have internet or good access to internet and you just want to look at that stuff without it like loading and stuff every 5 seconds or not being able to see it, you know? So I wanted it to be in a place where you could offline view, whether it was from you downloading it or screenshotting it or just having it available. So anybody who doesn't have the course is looking for it. It's not on Teachable anymore. You got to reach out for it. But thank you guys. And if anybody clipped the plan, drop it in stream. If not, then I will go and clip it after. But thank you guys again. 5.5 hours. Seriously, thank you. I'll see you guys tomorrow. And yeah, I'll post the plan again in chat. I'll see you guys later.